Alright, sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. Turns out we don't have the delay, so the players could just have this game open on the second screen and do some not nice things. That being said, we're back in with a slight delay, and yeah, we had pretty much are where we left off with the dragon being started by Grey Warwick, but Harry is making around. Okay, never mind. Not gonna find a steal.
Is going to attempt for it, is not going to go down, and that is a nice little swing for Grey Warwick. They were a bit behind, were finding themselves on the back end of a lot of plays, instead have now put themselves back in a nice enough spot in order to contest themselves onto Drake. And I mean, I'm going to allow you to sing the praises of a single Hextech Drake. You absolutely love that for teams.
Yeah, I do, because it gives you attack speed, it gives you ability haste, it gives you everything you want. That being said, I did mention that I don't see it being a positive trade for PG Lions. I think I might have to backtrack on that, because Tuliper essentially steals the entire topside jungle from Mofu. We have the Herald being picked up by Pidgey as well, so yeah, this is kind of an even trade, all things considered.
In the end, able to pull it out even, which is what you want. However, if you are already ahead, you don't want your trades to be even. You want your trades to be winning out for you. You should be always finding the advantages if you are PG Lions and you were already in a commanding spot. So if you're Grey Warwick, you have managed to pull yourself back into a nicer spot. Things being even for you will always work out better when you're behind. But they do just need to be careful that they don't end up conceding anything more. Right now, it's about a 1k gold lead for PG Lions. That is deal withable. Any more, and it begins to get to the point where you're losing not on skill, but on the amount of items that you have.
Yeah, and PG Lions do have the tool of the Herald. That is something that doesn't give you the immediate advantage, but if you're gonna use it in the right way, you can blow the game right open with that. And also worth noting, Pidgey goes back, picks up the Mythic before 10 minutes.
Having that already is insane, and getting that extra movement speed onto the Hecarim is not only useful for getting to place quicker, but also just gives the Hecarim more damage via that passive. And so this is incredibly impactful. It's going to allow Pitcher to get around, get more ganks off, and that's insane because Pitcher has already been doing basically a gank a minute.
Yeah, almost. So, things aren't looking great for Grey Warwick. I think we can both agree on that. They are falling behind in gold. Their comp does take time to scale, but looking at the mid game, I don't fancy their chances.
No, their mid game is not going to go so well for them. It will have to be later and later into the game where things will get better for them. Already you can see defensive itemization coming out. Oh, gank in the top lane.
Yeah, Xp's gonna go, and with that ultimate Mofu looking to follow it back, flashes forward, picks up the kill, cleanly executed fight there, but look at the bot lane, there is a return gank. Pidgey already will be able to secure the kill onto Keith 4. Harry flash away from Spark, he's going to be just fine, and it's even trade across the map. Pidgey tit for tat with Mofu.
It is indeed more even trades. The gank onto the top lane was exactly what we were asking for out of Mofu. Has not been able to find so many ganks when, you know, contrasted with Pitcher, who even when Mofu is finding something, is all of a sudden also falling behind. And you can see Spark being bullied off of this tower. The Herald is going to go down too. This is going to be most of the plates gone, not the tower itself, luckily. So Spark still has somewhere to sit and farm. But for the minute, there are 3 champions for Grey Warwick down here if they want to try turn it around. Nope, everybody's just going to back off, and that is a good trade for PG Lions.
Yeah. And they just keep getting themselves some more gold. Harry 3-0 and 1 now. And I mean, yeah, we kind of mentioned the scaling teamfight come from Grey Warwick, but I mean, Jhin and Veigar both scale insanely well. I mean, I'm gonna say as champions, they outscale Grey Warwick.
I would have to say so. The only thing is up in the top lane. I mean, the Aatrox can do insane things, but will begin to fall off later on into the game. I mean, the Malphite will always be impactful if you can find those big knockups with the Unstoppable Will. I mean, that is the ability to, you know, be more impactful, but not always. As you can see, Mofu up in the top lane as well has found a lane that he can actually do something with, but Pitcher is also up here for the support, and so for the minute, it's just a little bit of wasted time for Mofu being on Vision, where the bot lane knows that there's no ability for there to be a push or a gank, and so are able to just take themselves a quick reset, go back, and put themselves even further ahead with now 3-0-1 Jhin.
Yep, Gale Force completed, you've got the Mythic, you're pretty happy if you're PG Lions. In fact, Mythic's completed across the board, and Spark is able to... Yeah, I think... Is it possible to switch to gold? Because I wonder if that CS advantage for Spark actually makes it even in AD carry position.
That is a big CS difference down onto Spark, has put them in a very nice spot that they probably shouldn't be able to because Harry has been roaming around so much and trying for dives, not being able to just sit back and farm is falling behind a little bit. We've got a lot of champions down into the bottom lane. This could be a big brawl in the jungle.
In the second dragon coming up, it's going to be Ocean, and I do assume PG Lions want to get themselves that, so as to set themselves up better for the soul, which we're gonna find out what it is. But Grey Warwick, they're not relenting. In terms of teleports, I think Xbox is still a few seconds off. Chuliper has one on the ready. Shuri popping up the Predator, looking to come down from the mid lane, but Grey Warwick going in for the vision and walking out.
Not interested in going too far forwards too early on, especially not with Explicit's TP only just up and available. Now we'll be able to join.
Yeah, Pitya going in with the ultimate low bomb stuck in the front side. It is going to be taken down. Heathen going into the backside. Spark trying to go in with the Moonlight Vision. Wofu in the middle of everything will take down Ratula, but he's going to fall down. Curtain Call picking off the targets on the side, but Grey Warwick disengaged from its range. Double kill for Shuri. That is going to be the dragon for PG Lions. You have to believe Spark and Heathen. What can they really do? Not match. The cage is down. That's the Drake for PG Lions.
The Drake is going to go over to PG Lions. The fight in their favor as well. Gonna end up being a 2-for-1. The only thing is, Tulipa did walk down in order to see if he could get involved with the fight. Explis stayed up in the top lane, just continued pushing forwards. Only now are teleports unleashed. I think if that fight had have happened just a couple of seconds earlier, unleashed teleports.
Yeah, Chuliper going down together with his Xmas, but Spark is way out of position, and that's Pitya on a killing spree. Xmas caught, will ult out. Interesting that actually finds the stun at the end of the ult. Never knew that, but a kill for PG Lions. Grey Warwick falling behind in place further.
They are always behind the play right now, not having more members, only on the counter ganks do they seem to be okay. For the minute though, the bot lane is such a massive issue that currently there's not a lot that can be done all across the map. Explis is the only one who's in a nice solid position for them, and even then is still not able to do a lot. It's a tank Malphite, able to find good engages, but unless there's a follow-up, not a lot that can be done.
Yeah, and also Xplis falling behind in CS means that, Chuliper is probably even on gold, I'm going to be honest. So, yeah, the jungle mid seems to be the difference here for PG Lions, and that bot lane with Harry picking up more kills. I think we're gonna see Spark falling significantly in items anytime soon.
May well do. I think the issue for Grey Warwick is they don't have a true lane to play around. They tried to play around the bottom lane. It ended up going quite badly wrong for them. They're going to take more time to get involved in the game, but for the minute they're getting squeezed out so hard that I don't know if they have the time to sit back and wait for things to actually go well for them. They need to be able to support one player. That's why you have a support in both the support role and in the mid role, because you're looking to be able to push Spark on this Aphelios forwards. If they're not able to do that, they're not going to be able to find themselves fights.
Yeah, and you can see Mohu looking for something onto Chuliper, but that Aatrox staying very safe for the time being. And we look at the top lane, Spark and Heathen might just get dove very soon. I'm wondering what is going to be happening. Yep, sure, already on a killing spree, and the Heathen most likely going to be next under the tower. PG Lions, they just find 2 kills in the top lane, and Chuliper versus Mofu will duke it out in that mid 1v1. I don't think it's gonna go the way of Mofu. That should just be the Aatrox taking over the 1v1. Better Gold Drinker wins, I guess, and Chuliper will find the kill.
It is all going wrong for Grey Warwick. It should be a death for Lobob as well up in this top side, and it is an absolute slaughter right now. PG Lions, it was a bit of a slow early game with back and forth, and have just exploded onto the map, are finding themselves further and further ahead, and there's not a lot that Grey Warwick can do with this draft.
Yeah, they can only scale and hope, and even then we have already said that the scaling only kicks in when you are looking for a full-on team fight. Outside of that, Vygar Jhin, no, they're gonna scale. Probably better than you, in fact.
Most likely, especially when they are this far ahead. Getting onto the Jhin at this point is going to be very difficult. The Vygar is not a support in the middle lane, but can work just as well as one with the cage, able to keep people away from the Jhin. The Jhin can always just sit back, pop that ultimate, and be happy. Ixtlis just going to try use Alcove Gaming in order to get away. Is going to stay in the end. There are multiple members coming down. Does know exactly where Chuliper is.
Yeah, down comes the Everfrost Express in a 1-on-2, gonna turn it onto Shuri. Let's see, do Grey Warwick find enough damage? If this doesn't work, the game is as good as over, but they will be able to find Shuri. Desperation play, they find a kill, they lose the tower for it, but they're still alive and kicking, and Spark gets the shutdown.
Indeed, Explis did have to And I blow that flash for it as well, but it was a nice map rotation out of Grey Warwick. They are still kicking, they are still fighting. You know, they're trying their absolute best to find their way back into this game. It is quite difficult for them for the minute, but if they can keep doing that, keep finding themselves small advantages, they will be able to claw their way back into this game. The only thing is around big fights like the Drake that is spawning in just a couple of seconds. Once you get into these big 5v5s, the PG Lions composition just works better.
Yeah. And I do also think there's a bit of luck element for Grey Warwick, since it is a Cloud Soul, nothing like Infernal that is going to make the game instantly unwinnable for you. So I would expect Grey Warwick to possibly concede most of, if not all of those dragons.
They probably do not want to go far forwards as he's dead. Curtain Call going to be popped instantly. The Heathen going to just get exploded.
Yeah, but he then tried to stop Shuri, and he did successfully save Spark, but Mofu now will have to flash over the wall. Chuliper following it through. Down comes the Wish. Nice bit of healing, but it isn't going to be down. The blast over the wall, and Mofu is safe. Or is he? Harry did go aggressive with Gale Force.
Harry tried with the Gale Force, does not manage to get it through, however, and in the end it is just multiple kills for Grey Warwick, only multiple kills for PG Lions, and now they're going to be able to pop the Rift Herald in the middle lane, take this turret as well, and transition back into the Cloud Drake. They are taking almost everything across the map.
Goldie now going to 7,000. This game is firmly in control of PG Lions. Once the Death Cup comes through for Shuri, there will be no one really to match it for a long while, especially when Explis is building armor.
No, Explis is not going to be the savior as much as they may want him to be. He's not a champion that he can really go aggressive on. I mean, can certainly go flying in and attempt to, get a knockup, but if you don't have the follow-up...
There's the engage in the mid lane. They're going to look for Harry. Flash away. The ignite is down. Does Spark have enough damage? Yes, he does. 700 gold shutdown for the ADC of Grey Warwick. The ray of hope, I suppose, but how quickly will be extinguished? Or maybe not at all. Explis teleporting in on that minion in the mid lane. Radular is going to get low, knocked out by the Heathen, and Explis picks up the kill. Finds knock up on the picture, and Chuliper under the target. Grey Warwick going in deep. Chuliper, he's healing so much. He's buying so much damn time. Mofu goes down. Explis still tacking on the front side. Will pick up the double kill. Grey Warwick do win the fight, but damn, was it close, or did it feel like that?
Oh, that was insane out of Chuliper buying so much time, but we have to give full credit over to Grey Warwick. They only lose one member in response. They get themselves 3. A lovely little pick onto Harry, and once that Jhin is down, that is a lot of the damage from PG Lions gone. They are able to get themselves back into this game a bit. There are no objectives that they can turn to. They're not strong enough to go and try to get the Baron, especially not when Pitcher is still alive. But just an insane amount of damage, and you can see the power of the Grey Warwick composition when it comes to the engage. If they're able to pick off the Jhin, there is enough follow-up out of Explis that they can continue to fight forwards. You saw Spark doing a ton of damage. Spark is not far behind, maybe not as far ahead as Harry, but is still doing ridiculous amounts, and so is the ability to continue to find these fights. Grey Warwick are not out of this game by any means.
No, and when I meant scaling in a fight like that, because as the game goes longer, Spark is the guarantee for Grey Warwick. The more damage he has, the more damage the team has, and, well, it was good while it lasted. Let's get back to reality. Grey Warwick still 6,000 gold down, and Baron is the target for PG Lions.
They right now can just sit onto it, remove all of the vision, and force Grey Warwick to check in blind. Currently, they do not know if it's being started, having to just use the recon to sort of poke onto it, see, hey, are you up? Are you happening? Are you still there? But the minute, it is a very scary place to be around this topside jungle for Grey Warwick. Every bush is a potential death rush, and because they have Chuliper just pushing down into the bottom lane, the Unleashed TP about 3/4 back up already, will be able to just join onto these fights in a minute, even if they sit bot lane. And if you do just send all of your members into the Baron pit, all of a sudden could have a push through and lose multiple towers, maybe even an inhibitor.
Yeah, and I don't envy Grey Warwick. This position is a tough one to play through, especially that you can see how systematically PG Lions are establishing their vision. It's not going in too deep. Grey Warwick doing a good job of denying that, but Explis will be forced to be in the bot lane. Doesn't have the teleport. That is the clean macro play. They know the Malphite can't join the fight. Baron is being started by PG Lions.
Baron already half health right now by PG Lions. If you're Grey Warwick, you're going to have to force them off of it. look like their mere presence has done. You can see that PG Lions want to look to the fights right now, but this does mean that they're going to have a little bit of priority to start pushing onto this middle lane if they want it. No, instead they're just going to back off, and that was a pretty good dissuasion out of Grey Warwick by just standing there, really.
Yeah, I would like to see PG Lions maybe punish them a bit more with that. Of course, the moment Baron has been started, you can see Experts disappear from the bot lane, so there isn't much of a choice that PG Lion has, but you have this much of a lead. You have to be able to put Grey Warwick in a lose-lose situation.
You cannot just sort of sit back and allow the game to keep going. They are far enough ahead that objective bounties will come in for them at some point. And as such, as soon as you lose one fight, you're going to start losing more and more and more. You're going to take a bit of damage from the Baron, and you can see that although PG Lions are far ahead and do want this Baron, they are not confident enough to just start it up right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't blame them. We said it's all about engage, it's all about team fights. From Grey Warwick, PG Lions, while they've got scale and carries, both Vicar and Jin are immobile. If they get caught in the CC, kind of over for them.
It could be. They have to be careful, cannot step too far forwards. If they do, they're going to get taken out so very quickly. Need to be careful. Probably just going to concede this Drake. This is not the Drake that you have to fight for. The next one, unless you want the soul to go over, possibly is 30 seconds on the Drake. The Baron is still available. It could be a split map decision. Grey Warwick could just try to go for whatever they are not on. I mean, the Baron take ability of PG Lions is not that strong. Grey Warwick will take objectives far faster with the Aphelios, and so it is a little bit of calculation that PG Lions are having to play here.
Indeed, and I do want to also point out we have the Death Stance finish on Chuliper, so in terms of sustaining the fight, it's going to be turned up to an 11. That being said, Grey Warwick, they're starting the Baron. This is a bold move, but you have to make them when you are 6,000 gold behind. I don't know if PG... No, okay, then I got baited by the main map. God damn it.
It looked like they were going to go for it. Instead, they're going to back off, but it has been enough to drag everybody off of the Drake. Right now, it is a bit of a split decision coming out of PG Lions. They can't entirely decide where they want to go. Multiple members running down towards Explicit, going to have to turn tail and run. Everybody has now taken a reset from Grey Warwick. This should be the Drake going down over PG Lions. What is the decision out of Grey Warwick?
I don't think they can do the Baron. Far too slow on that. Spark is in the mid lane. They're going to clear out the vision. The best possible scenario for them. Give up the Cloud Drake. Giving up the soul. It's not going to be disastrous. Burger flip at Elder. It's a strategy. I think Grey Warwick might be going towards it because right now PG Lions aren't giving them too many other options.
At the minute, they do not really have the ability to do anything else. Oh no, Low Bob likely to go down here, and because of that, they are going to have a numbers disadvantage. Should be able to get the Baron if you are PG Lions now.
Yep, that's the Soraka dead. One of the... Well, this support that peels for Spark is no longer there. Grey Warwick in a dangerous position. As we said, a member down. Explicit is in the bowling. Does have the teleport to join the fray if he wants to. If you give out the Baron here with your Grey Warwick, I don't know if your Wave Clear can hold.
Bit of a flank here out of the Heathen.
Yeah, teleport flanking as well from Explicit. They are gonna go for it. The objective bounty has been claiming the bot side. Explicit going in for their flank. Sure, it has to be the target. He's already going in. Look at Chuliper. He's zoning the entirety of Grey Warwick alone. And they just can't deal with this. Aatrox. Spark will flash over the wall. Shuri will take down Explicit after some time. And Spark is dead. Harry takes him down. Mofu now trying to run away. Does sidestep from the deadly flourish. Flashes away. Will the auto attack follows. And with the ADC dead, that for sure is going to be the Baron.
It is no jungler for PG Lions. If they want to, they can regroup Grey Warwick and attempt to come in onto this. They have no vision for it, though. It is going down pretty quickly, but they have no jungler, and the Mofu is still alive. There is a possibility. The Heathen getting a little bit caught out. Chuliper just in the back line.
I don't think I can kill the Aatrox. I'm gonna be honest. Chuliper can just play bodyguard, but no PG Lions. Still respecting. Good for them. I'm gonna be honest, they have shown us they know how to play around these Barons. They have baited Grey Warwick into a fight, so they're not going to take a risk when they don't have to.
That was not as dominant a fight as I was expecting, though, out of Grey Warwick, because in the end, Explicit got into the backline and was zoning out Harry and Radula, and at that point, it's very, very difficult to actually fight without your main carry of the Jhin. The Aatrox does insane amounts of damage and heals so much that it's almost impossible to kill him, but he does not shred through people like the Jhin will be, and so X was getting into the backline, zoning people off, able to keep the fight a little bit more even, and that was a numbers disadvantage for Grey Warwick. They are still kicking in this game. They just have to be careful around every single objective. King's going down onto Chuliper. Should just be able to jump over this wall, though.
Yeah. I don't think Explicit will die to anyone but Shuri. Of course, that is the target he went on in the last fight, and that's why ended up dying eventually. But with that much armor, I just don't think it's going to take a reasonable amount of time for Harry or anyone else to cut through his health bar.
No, indeed, it should be very difficult. And so Xmas can just sit in the backline and be annoying. That is something that a Malphite is incredibly good at. Can just constantly be an annoyance in the backline, not allow those carries to get in and actually do damage. And then it allows you to focus enough onto Tulipa that you might be able to take him out. You have to have Spark there in order to do damage. And if they get on top of Spark, Tulipa's going to take out this poor Aphelios within seconds.
Yeah, round 3 of a Baron bait from PG Lions. They keep going towards the objective. They keep waiting for the response from Grey Warwick, and praise to Grey Warwick has to be given because they're not really overextending too much. Well, that last fight may be a bit, questionable with the flank being separated from the rest of the team, but they didn't lose the Baron, they didn't lose the game. The goal lead has not increased. In fact, it has shrunk now to 5,000. So Grey Warwick holding on, scaling still.
Have been doing a good job of it. Currently, though, the disadvantage is there are 2 unleashed teleports on PG Lions and none up and available for Grey Warwick. Any fights that happen, if you think you have a numbers advantage as Grey Warwick, you probably don't. Full death rush going for Mofu.
Yeah, Xmas going into the backside, does find the double knock-up. That's going to carry Spark in the backside. He's just getting jumped on. Here comes Joliper, and sure it goes on the killing spree. That's the carry death from Grey Warwick, and the damage is gone. Xmas will be able to find the shutdown onto Shuroi. And Lobop together with the Heathen are going to get run down by this Aatrox Juliper. So damn massive. And yeah, Heathen is just going to get run down. I actually do wonder if Xmas is going to die right now. Looks like his health bar is going to get slowly but surely shredded. Yeah, if you give him enough time. Wait, Harry needs to be very careful. Mofu going forward, but the tether will keep him at bay. And Harry goes on a killing spree.
It was a perfect fight setup for Grey Warwick. They managed to get that Malphite ultimate onto multiple members in the end, though it doesn't matter because Tulipa gets into the backline and just destroys kids. There is nothing to be done once Tulipa is in your backline. You cannot kill him, you cannot take him out, he will survive forever. And especially because Pitcher also goes diving in alongside the Aatrox, that is so much healing, survivability, tankiness right there. I mean, it's so little that you can do if you're the side of Grey Warwick, simply because this Aatrox is so far ahead.
Yeah, and while Aphelios undeniably better tank shredder than Jhin, when you've got 2 of them on your face, that's not really gonna work out most of the time. That is the Cloud Dragon Soul, picked up by PG Lions. Isn't gonna win the game straight away, but with how they have been looking in fights, you have to believe they are gonna look for this Baron and potentially put the finishing touches in this game. Pitcher going in very deep. Lobob's gonna be the target. Goes Golden. Juliper on the side. He's going to be looking for Spark yet again. He then goes in for the charm and the knockup, trying to zone the Aatrox away. Spark Galeforce is away. He's still safe in the mid lane. He's got a lot of damage on the side. It is not enough though. Double kill is going to be picked up by Shura and Spark. No, you do not want to walk there.
Oh, it is so close. You can see how low Tulipa is getting every single fight and just hits the Gore Drinker again and again, especially with the Death Dance as well, allowing them to survive for longer each fight, always getting the resets, always cleansing away that damage that was ticking through. Just ridiculous amounts of survivability onto this Aatrox. And as soon as Tulipa is in a fight, they have nothing that they can do. They have got to be fighting away from Tulipa if Grey Warwick want to win. But right now, Tulipa is having an absolute baller of a game, always being where the fights are.
Yeah, but we have also seen Spark unleash so much damage in this fight, with the Gale Force still has the flash for the next fight. So my eyes are on the AD carry, especially if he's going to be looking for that. Okay, I just cursed him, didn't I? Gonna have to burn the flash in the mid lane. The rest of the team is there to support him, but never mind. No more flash for the next fight.
That could spell disaster. So far, Spark has been playing very well, just never quite getting caught out, always laying down the damage, and the damage that does keep increasing. This Aatrox will eventually fall off. At this point, you're not expecting that to happen for another 10 minutes, probably.
Lobop is going to get caught out of position. Here comes the engage from the Heathen, and the Xmas into the backside as well. Can Spark there's the damage? The baby cake keeps him at bay. Xmas standing still strong at the front. Juliper is zoned away, but the health bars on Grey Warwick. Spark is in the front, and Juliper is looking for him. Can he find the kill? It's a double kill for Shurui, and PG Elias will win the fight. Spark is surviving, but it doesn't matter if the team falls around you, and with 4 kills, the base is going to be the target.
they may well be able to end the game, if not certainly get themselves the Baron. Tulipa once again went down to all of about 2 HP and did not die. Will survive still. Beyond getting killed in a gank up in the top lane and one other team fight, has just survived never-endingly. There is a wave coming in. There are long death timers. This may well be the end for Grey Warwick, and PG Lions will put themselves ahead.
Yeah, Grey Warwick looking to fall down 0-2. I don't know if they can hold on. Still 5 more seconds on Lobo. Spark put in the event horizon. The wave has been cut short, but so has Spark's life. That's the ace for sure. Lobo and the Heathen are up, so is Mofo, and Xbox is going to be respawning. I don't think the game might be over just yet. No, that is going to be the second Nexus star. The Nexus is going to be open. Mofo going to the backside. Shirui is golden. Xbox has joined the fight. The screen freezes for me. Please show me what's going to happen. Okay, there we go. We are back in, and Mofo is dead. Down goes Lobo, and Xbox tries to play distraction in the backline. He's doing a really damn good job. Shuri almost dead, but with the Nexus open, that should be the game eventually. PG Lions clean from start to finish. A few fights maybe not going their way, but they're gonna beat Grey Warwick yet again.
That was an insane game out of PG Lions. Grey Warwick felt like they were hanging on till the end, but Tulipa was insane. As soon as this Aatrox began to get going, there was nothing that could be done. Always in the backline, always annoying, never dying, always managing to keep himself on just a sliver of HP, and that's all you need as an Aatrox. You heal so damn much that as soon as you're in the backline, there is nothing that the enemy can do.
Yeah, and if you're Grey Warwick right now, you're 0-2 against PG Lions. It is going to be very difficult to overtake them in the standings, especially that they are now one game behind. And let's talk about the MVP. Who do you think was, self-explanatory, the MVP of this game?
It's very, very easy to say Tulipa. And I think if we were going to be boring about it, that's who you'd have to go for. Tulipa was the deciding factor in all of these fights, but I'm actually going to put it on the head of Pitcher, because all of those ganks in the early game got the rest of the map far enough ahead that it gave the time for the Aatrox to begin to win out, to begin to get into the fights and be annoying. I think Pitcher was the big carry on this team and was absolutely insane in the early game, and once the early game was over, which was a little bit of the risky point perhaps for the PG Lions squad, then Tulipa was able to come forward to get ahead and be able to destroy kids.
I agree. Also, shout out to Shurui for the early game priority, that word, and basically being there all the time. But I think I agree, Pitchia again was allowed to make an impact, and this is the kind of story for PG Lions. It seems like if Pitchia is allowed to do his thing, they are going to come out on top, and I do believe we are ready for some replays of this match to see how it was broken down. I mean, we had a lot of hope for Grey Warwick, but even from this very first team fight, it was PG Lions with a marginal lead getting the first blood gold.
Every single fight was just slightly in the favor of PG Lions, and it just continued to compound throughout every fight. This was one where it did actually go in the Grey Warwick favor, you thought, but actually there was just a lot of damage being able to be done by PG Lions, just constantly getting the kills, and especially because in the end Harry didn't go down very often, other than on this one singular play where it only just goes down. Every single time, members were surviving a little bit longer than they really needed to be able to, and because of that, Grey Warwick were never quite able to get that kill. This was a game that was played out on a knife's edge. One more kill over to Grey Warwick, one more fight won, and they would have been able to swing this into a much easier position for themselves. Instead, it always went slightly out of their favor, and they ended up losing very slowly but very surely.
Yeah, like this was the fight that kind of gave me hope. You could see maybe if they can pull this off 10 minutes later. And this is where, okay, good flank. Look at Chopper and Pitchy. I mean, they literally just have the entire backline of Grey Warwick under their thumb.
They are just all over all of the damage threats. Xbliss is in the backline, is destroying kids, is able to do so very much, and able to just keep people behind, but because there was just no follow-up, both of the top laners got into the backline, and once they were there, the Aatrox just did more.
Yeah, and we mentioned it in draft, Grey Warwick, they didn't really have that many options to play through early game. Bot lane was their only call, and it did not work out, simple as that.
Indeed. In the end, Grey Warwick end up falling. PG Lions now in sole control of the group. We'll see for the rest of the group for next game. And then in the end, we're going to see how Group D shakes up. For the minute, though, we'll go over to a break.
Welcome back after the break, everyone, to UEM powered by Twitch, Shield, and Intel. I'm still Kachka, still joined by Black Bloxer, and we are going into our second match of the day, still sticking with Group C, this time UDL Esports Sigma taking on KTU.
This game should once again be very impactful. We saw Grey Warwick go down last game. That was the real battle for the first spot. These teams still have the ability to come forwards though. If they're able to beat out either of PG Lions or Grey Warwick, they can put themselves in a nice spot, still battle for that second place position. I mean, if PG Lions lose all of their games from here on out, they could still put themselves in line for the first spot in the group. I mean, it's a little bit unlikely, but is possible. And for the minute, UDL Esports Sigma and KTU, both of them at 3-2, still playing incredibly well, are in a nice spot to be able to, try take this game. But, they're not fighting for that top spot right now.
I think the crucial thing is that the fate of these teams is still in their hands. They're still yet to play PG Lions today. They're gonna play each other. The winner of it is gonna be only one game behind PG Lions. So, if you look good on the day, that's going to be great, but we're going to take a look at the rosters that are going to be competing to make it out of the group, starting with the French roster of Repulsive, Hidden, Chris, Sididi, and Student, the same guys we saw last week.
Everybody here is exactly the same, and we saw this team play very well for themselves. A lot around the top lane. Repulsive plays very strong champions, things that really want to fight into people. The only issue for them is that the KTU roster kind of plays the exact same thing in the top lane as well, with Deathron, and Deathron may possibly just be a better player of these champions.
Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams met, Deathron did pull up a bit of a, masterclass in the lane, and we're gonna take a look at the Lithuanian roster, who last week didn't have too much of an expectation. It's going to be Deathron, Billis, Capu. We're pretty sure it's going to be Nofast in the bowling. We'll see in the draft, and Prasmic in support.
Yeah, that is the only difference. There should be a substitute here for the KTU roster with a different AD carry. The thing is, both of these AD carries play, when it comes to AD carries, the exact same picks. Really, they both play the meta. Nothing too surprising there. The only thing is, DJM Forever did enjoy playing the Cassiopeia and the Vel'Koz in the bot lane, allowing them to take AP down there if they wanted it. They tried it last week, it didn't go so very well, and so I don't know if they are losing out on too much with the fact that Nofast does not enjoy playing any AP in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I feel like when you're coming into this tournament as the Lithuanian roster, we didn't give them much hope in week 1. They are now 3-2. They are reasonably contesting for the top spots in this group. I am really looking to see if that maybe is going to play into the kind of pressure narrative in any sense, because KTU right now, they are on the upswing. They can only improve from here on out.
They really can. They're in a nice spot to attempt to, pick themselves up a couple more wins. Neither of these teams have played yet today because of the way that we have less teams in this group at this point, the two teams having dropped out, meaning that they're fresh, haven't played before, are still thinking about what happened last week. They've had themselves a week to reset their mentals, and so are they going to be able to come in and really compete against each other and find themselves the wins? These are the teams that are equal on the standings, and so they have got to beat each other if they then want to be able to threaten those top two teams and look to get out of this group and onto the playoffs.
Yeah, equal on the standings, but the weight of the region is so much different from the French versus the Lithuanian representative, as I don't believe the Lithuanian teams ever made too much noise in UEM before, and KTU on the precipice of maybe doing that. I know I'm excited for this game, and we already touched a bit on the kind of lanes that we should be expecting. So let's start with KTU. I mean, Deathron, Capu maybe in the mid lane. They are the two players that I will be looking at for the carry.
Yeah, they have the potential to be able to put themselves forwards into, a nice spot. It really is the solo lanes, as you said, for KTU. Are they going to be able to get themselves ahead off of their own backs, or are they going to need Billas to come in and help out? Whereas down on the bottom side, Nofast and Prasmic probably going to sit back, look to be that late game insurance, playing maybe the Zeri, the Jinx, the Aphelios, the Jhin, those sorts of things that are not looking for those early leads, instead will help you in the later game deal enough damage, to be able to ensure you against a little bit of a lost early game. However, on the side of Esports Sigma, it's pretty much similar. The bot lane could possibly look for some crazy things. I'm less inclined to think that, though. I'm more looking towards the top lane with Repulsive.
Yeah, Repulsive in the top lane has got the champion pool of someone who wants to go up and fight against everyone. But last time these teams met, Deathron did take his number, and I am kind of, not worried, but looking expectantly to see, is Repulsive gonna go for those carries, going to try and step up, or is he going to maybe go for the weak side and let other lanes play?
Quite possibly. It's not entirely sure right now. Everybody on this team does have the ability to carry. The only thing perhaps to mention about UDL Esports Sigma in their bot lane is that the bot laner does not really play that many of the big meta champions. You know, you're seeing more of the Kai'Sa, Vayne, Ezreal types, and those we have not seen that regularly, but have the ability to be pretty, you know, impactful. We've seen a lot of those very standard AD carries who really like, you know, somebody who's going to give them a lot of boosts to their attack speed. Whereas if you pair a a Ezreal or a Vayne, perhaps with some more engaged supports, it can really change the way the bot lane is played, and possibly if your jungler comes down, that could get yourself a little bit spiraled up. We're into draft basically instantaneously.
Yep, the teams are very eager to start playing, and we're gonna have UDL Esports Sigma on the blue side with KTU taking the red side. That is a lot of focus to solo lanes.
Really is. Everybody has gone with the same playbook that we have been calling beforehand. Nobody wants to see these solo laners do well for themselves. The Zilean also going off of the board. Finally, it looks like these teams have actually listened and are going to get rid of the Zilean, which has really been swinging games left, right, and center.
Yeah, Karma and Zen are going to be the two bans out of KTU as well, trying to, you know, hit maybe Hidden and Student, the two people that we haven't mentioned, but they popped off in their win against PG Lions, and we're gonna have the Jinx priority pick going to the hands of Sididi.
Indeed, instantaneous lock-in. We saw this pick actually go through picks and bans last time around, which was actually pretty insane, not what you'd expect. It's been so impactful. This is the Jinx patch. We are far back enough that Jinx is still incredibly strong. However, if you're going to get the Jinx first, you are going to have the return pickup of the Hecarim. The Hecarim being, you know, the next most impactful pickup, really, allowing junglers to do whatever they want, as we saw in the last game.
Yeah, Petya really great engages across the map, and Billet, you know, we talked in the pregame, not a jungler that tends to stand out for himself, but one that is crucial to his team's success, and to pair that up with the Aphelios towards Nofast in the bot lane.
The Aphelios going to be the response, is very strong against it. An instant lock of this Trundle. We've not seen that much Trundle recently, but it can be incredibly strong. A flex between the top and the bot lane. I mean, technically can also go into support, probably into the top of the jungle, however. And it can fight quite well into the Hecarim. Hecarim is pretty tanky, especially with the current meta of going for the Chemtech. It will allow you to steal a lot of those resistances and really destroy out the Hecarim. That is going to be a Seraphine locked in. Again, another flex between the mid and the support role.
Yeah, and it's not really a champion we have seen too much. I mean, the Encore is a huge team fighting tool if you do manage to line it up. And yeah, plays Peel for Jinx once you scale up into the late game. So it makes sense if Sigma are looking to play around CDD. Now, Aphelios Thresh, it's one of those lanes that has been very popular in the past.
Yeah, very popular indeed, can just be insane. You really are relying on those hooks being landed if you want to get your 2v2 kills, but that's not necessarily where the power comes from. The power really can be in the Lantern, in allowing your Aphelios to step forwards, especially with those shorter ranged guns, but then also be able to be pulled back by the Lantern and always be safe. It's really a very flexible pickup, and if Prasmuk is able to pilot it well, can well swing things.
Yeah, it's a playmaker support as any other, maybe with a bit more focus towards peel and safety of his carries, but it's got the potential. You're also facing a Jinx Seraphine, potentially that Seraphine in the bot lane, so not too much mobility to get away from those hooks. That being said, second phase bans, Graves, Gangplank, top laners. Well, Graves could be a jungler, but most likely top lane.
A little bit of focus onto the top lane, and this is the lane we were really highlighting before the game. Do we think that this is going to be the position where things are going to be absolutely insane? Is everybody going to be fighting into themselves? Clearly both of the teams think so, because they're taking away highly aggressive champions in the top lane with a lot of ability to destroy things. The Kassadin taken off of the board. Clearly a worry for KTU right now is if, you know, the French squad is going to be able to have way too much scaling to be able to deal with.
I love the Akali ban. It was the next champion I was going to mention for Deathron if it got through, but alas, it's going to be taken away. Mid lane seems to be the blind pick choice here for KTU. Interestingly, they go for the Veigar, a very safe blind pick.
Yeah, the Veigar is not going to have a bad time into almost any matchup, and as we saw in the last game, can be very good at anti-engage. Really, there's a good anti-engage composition being drafted out of KTU with both the Thresh and the Veigar being able to, you know, lay down multiple champions with cages stopping the engage. If you're looking to stop engage,
Let's go.
You want to stop it? The Pike being locked in. I love this.
I mean, Student popped off on the champion against PG Lions. If you guys haven't seen any games from Week 1 Group C, that's the one to watch. I'm gonna give you that one for free, and that means Seraphina's gonna go mid lane. Gonna be a neutral matchup against the Vigar, but what are UDL Esports Sigma going to lock in here? Pike, Olaf, that's just another roaming death squad.
That is insane. If you are ever slightly out of position, you're going to get destroyed instantaneously. Very squishy on the side of UDL Esports Sigma though. They need to be careful in these fights, and that is going to be the Tryndamere locked in, meaning that, you know, KTU are not interested in 5v5 team fights. They just want to allow their Tryndamere to sit in the top lane and hope they have enough damage out of their Veigar and out of their Aphelios in order to destroy fights 4v5.
Yeah, I'm also wondering whether that's going to be Olaf top or jungle. Right now sitting in the hands of Repulsive and not looking to swap sides, so it is going to be hidden on the Trundle, Student on the Pike, and Student Pike, I mean, let's mention it again. Played with, you know, Hidden's Jarvan against PG Lions, has basically left bot lane, went across the map to look for picks. I'm looking at the map. It's ripe for finding picks.
Really is. There are a lot of squishy members on KTU right now. I mean, the Veigar is pretty safe, able to sit quite far back with the cage, but if you get on top of them, can still go down very quickly, and the Aphelios can be destroyed almost instantaneously. The only thing is, as we said, the Thresh does have that lantern able to keep people away, but if they're killed, you know, within about half a second, it doesn't matter if there's a lantern around if they can't click on it.
Yeah, and even then, when you are looking at this game stalling out, UDL have got the insurance in CDD. Now, comparing it to the comp of KTU, I still think UDL are on a bit of a timer. However, it doesn't feel like there is a hard point where their comp absolutely becomes unplayable.
No, for the most part, both of these teams are going to be able to continue playing later and later into the game. I mean, the Jinx and the Aphelios are good late game insurance policies. It's really about the early game, though, to see who's far enough ahead, you know, that they can begin to snowball. If both of the teams scale well, it's about who can get to those scaling and item breakpoints fastest. For the minute, I'm looking more towards the side of Sigma, simply because they do, you know, simply because they do have that Pike able to just get onto people and can be an absolute nuisance.
Yeah. And one last person that I actually do want to put a bit of a focus on is going to be Deathrun in the top lane on this Tryndamere, especially if you start getting kills, if you start looking to snowball, that's going to become unplayable for Repulsive very quickly, but we'll see which of these predictions are going to come to fruition. We're going on to the red for our second game of the day. UDL Esports Sigma taking on KTU, looking for those top 2 spots in their group.
They are going to have to find themselves a win here if they want to start their comeback towards getting those top 2 spots and getting out of this group. It's a bit of a group of death, as is Group D that we will see later on. For the minute, though, everybody's sitting back. Nobody wants to throw it in the early stages of the game. Junglers, it seems like wanting to start possibly both onto the top side. However, there might be a bit of a late invade coming out of UDL.
Yeah, they are stacking on the Pixel Bush in the top side river, but it's only hidden and repulsive. Usually you see a 3-man invade, so that is interesting indeed. Are they gonna move?
The minute
They are
everybody,
moving.
you know, just sitting back, and it is going to be a late invade. It's spotted out, but for the minute, Billas is just going to start down onto these chickens.
I mean, I don't think you beat Hecarim Olaf, Trundle Olaf in the level 1, so Billas making the correct call to, well, take the L, give up the red buff. He takes the Raptors though, and if he's able to make his way down towards Hidden's red buff, then that is a positive trade for the jungle of KTU.
You can see Hidden was looking to come in and take those chickens. Instead, they're already gone. I like the play out Billas, just stemming the bleeding. It's not a good, nice trade for him, but it is, you know, he stopped it from being as bad as it could well have been.
Yeah, it just depends on whether or not he'll be able to get the bot lane invade for that red buff, which right now Novas and Prasmic are getting pushed in, so it might be very difficult for Billas not to get 3-buffed.
Yeah, indeed, Billas might end up being 3-buff, but because the push is so far forwards out of Sigma, they may well be open for a gank. Students should go and ward right now, just in order to keep them safe enough, because, you know, the jungler is down here. They know that the jungler is going to be down here. If they sit too far forwards, they're going to get themselves in a horrible spot finally going to put down a ward, and so they should be safe enough to back off in time. And I mean, unless Billas decides to run down to the buff now, no, it's just going to concede it. 3 buff start for Hidden, and have put themselves in a lovely spot to start off this game.
Yeah, I will hold on with that, but with Capu also not finding any priority, I think it's going to be a suicide mission for Billas to go for it. And yep, with Hidden already making his way down towards his bot side jungle, Billas getting put behind. Actually, wait, Hidden is going to go for the scuttle. This is going to get even worse for the jungle of KT. He's not contesting. He's just not.
He is well aware that he cannot contest for this scuttle right now. Gonna turn tail and run, looking to get the topside one instead. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You do not really win this out if you are the Hecarim. Hecarim's pretty good at skirmishes, but you're gonna lose to a Trundle almost every single time, especially because of the amount of slows that a Trundle can have, really not allowing the Hecarim to play the way that they want to. And for the minute, all of the lanes are pretty even. I think we should talk about this middle lane for a second, simply because I don't think we'll be mentioning it too much other than at the beginning stage of this game. We've seen support versus Veigar in the last game, and it was pretty chill other than when everybody roamed around, but for the most part, I don't think there's going to be too many kills in this middle lane.
Oh, but this time around it is the Veigar without priority. Lowbob on the Soraka was unable to push out the wave, but Chris on the Seraphine definitely able to maintain control over that wave. And this is basically the reason why Hidden is able to run around the jungle and pick up everything. It's because he knows he's got priority everywhere.
Hidden is just able to be wherever he wants to be right now, and it's a very difficult position for Billas to be in. Luckily, none of the lanes are losing by themselves, and for the minute, Hidden is more than content to just farm themselves up a lead, rather than come in and attempt to actually get any ganks off. I think things are going to explode once we hit 6, as everybody has themselves their ability, to actually fly in and engage. This bottom lane could well get spicy beforehand if a hook is landed by either of the champions, but for the minute it looks like it's just push central for the KTU bot lane.
Yep. Prasma getting baited by the minion. As someone who won Trick Thresh for 2 years at one point, I know exactly the pain he's going through right now.
Not a good time for the minute though, as we can see, everybody sitting back. There is not too big of a discrepancy in terms of CS that you'd really expect in this jungle. Everywhere else is also pretty even. We can see a reset coming out of the bottom lane of KTU. And right now, Ping's going down onto the Drake. Billas is down here. We'll spot this out if they try to go for it.
Yeah, the top lane CS lead is something that I do want to point out. Deathron getting bullied by the early game pick of Olaf, and I guess maybe perhaps somewhat unsurprisingly, Olaf really strong in the early levels, so Repulsive making use of that pick to its fullest before Deathron is going to start doing Tryndamere things.
Yeah, you've got a lot of damage that the Tryndamere will be able to lay down, but that doesn't happen for a while. And engage in the bot lane.
Rasmic flashes in for the play. Sudidi is saved though, Ignite down, but nowhere near enough to find the kill, and that's going to be a trade of Summoners. Both of them out from the AD carry of UDL Sigma.
That's weirdly aggressive out of Hidden, and this may put them in a bad spot.
Yeah, Billa's going in for the engage. Sudidi's going to be the target. First blood for the jungler of KTU student. It's going to be next. Tries to channel the Bone Skewer. Does manage to get it. Billas with a double kill, but under the turret will fall down. 2-for-1 with Hidden picking up the kill, but KTU strike first in this game.
Hidden ended up getting a little bit too aggressive, pulled the bot lane too far forwards, and the return gank as, oh boy, Capilla is also down here, and you can really see the amount of champions that they've managed to rotate down for KTU. It's very nice. They're going to pick themselves up an early plate as well. That's a good injection of gold, and a lane that was, pretty far in the favor of Hidden is now swung quite far back into Billis' side, simply because of over-aggression out of Hidden.
Yeah, it really feels like an opportunistic gank, I have to highlight. It's not something that KTU have specifically set up for. If you look at Division and bot side, it's non-existent, but good timing on Billis, right place, right time, gets 2 kills, does die, but it's a trade in favor of KTU.
Yeah, Billis ended up getting pulled down underneath the tower by Student. Probably Student would have survived. If not, it does mean that they get the return kill in the end. And so I'd say it's still pretty worth for UDL Sigma. But the issue is now you have a Hecarim that's got themselves 2 kills. It has a little bit of a shutdown bounty as well, despite having been put very far behind, triple buffed in the early game. you know, you're in a much nicer spot if you are Billas compared to where you were just about 2 minutes ago. And so will they be able to continue to capitalize? Now the bot lane is behind. Will there be a little bit of a swing towards KTU down here, or is it still going to be pretty even? It looks like actually the bot lane has abandoned their lane and is moving across the rest of the map.
Herald play is not something we're used to seeing in UEM, but it is, well, many teams across the world do like to rotate their top lane up at 8 minutes, or bot lane up at 8 minutes. And that seems to be the play, and there is no response right now from the side of KTU.
KTU have been caught behind this play, going to have to take their resets and move forwards way after. They should be able to just pick up the Herald if you are UDL Sigma, and because of that, it's just nice little map rotation. Things were going badly for them down in the bottom lane, so just move on. So DD gets to farm up in the top lane pretty much for free, and down in the bottom lane you get a little bit of pressure, plus the Rift Herald, which can be converted into plates.
Yeah, and where those plates are going to be taken, that's the choice that UDL Sigma will have to make. But right now, they are slightly behind in gold. If this Herald is used well, that is their ticket back into an early game advantage.
The minute they're not too far behind that things will be bad for them, you can see these top laners beginning to get a little bit frisky, fighting with each other. I'm not expecting them to try for solo kills right now because it is so skill dependent on who actually comes out on top. It's possibly not worth it. I think for the minute, we're looking at where the junglers are at, and for the minute, junglers down in the bottom lane.
Yep, Billas will be looking for that fight 1v1, and Deathron kills Repulsive, however Hidden looking for this top lane turret with CDD and Student, and also Chris coming down. That Herald could be used any time, but trying to get as many plays as possible. Capu will be coming back up, down comes the stun and the root, and hold on, that is the Hidden caught out way off position, and Sidini is so damn low. Novas will be able to find this kill. Chris in the middle of the fight, trying to get anything in return, but Prasmeg hooks him right back in. KTU, they all survive with a double kill picked up by Novas.
3 kills end up going down in the top lane. 4 KTU, and in the bottom lane, they don't even lose out on Deathron. That is 4 kills across the map and a huge swing in their favor.
Wait, Repulsive died bot lane, TP bot lane, died bot lane. This is a disaster.
It is a complete disaster. Loses out, TPs, loses out again. Now you have a Tryndamere who's really far ahead. You've now got an Aphelios very far ahead. And indeed, actually, every single member is doing very well for themselves. Prasmuk perhaps being the only exception.
But they're trying to go for vision, should be falling down to Hidden, you have to imagine. No, Prasmuk, oh no, the Mobi...
No, don't do it.
Never mind. Hidden's away, but Billas is going to be up in the top lane. Prasmuk bought enough time that even this pick, it's a 1-for-1, and assist goal is over to KTU, so they're the ones on top.
That's a play that reeks of desperation out of Hidden. Had a lovely start in the jungle and has ended up falling down. Goes way too deep trying to kill a support. I mean, yeah, you got it, but you ended up giving another kill down onto Billas and putting yourself even further behind. For the minute, it's looking like KTU are completely in control. They have themselves a 3k gold lead. They did lose the first Drake, should be able to contest down onto this second one. Right now, there's a bit more setup down onto the Drake for Sigma, but everybody is making their way down here. We could have a big brawl around this Drake. It is a Mountain Drake, sorry, so everybody will want this.
Yeah, Prasmuk fishes for Student. Here comes the ball square. Prasmuk does sidestep. Gets tagged by the Zap. Is this slow going to be enough to bring him down? The answer is no, as Capu comes in with the cage just to zone UDL away. Both top laners up in the top lane. And to back off, UDL, they don't want anything to do with a fight right now.
No, they're not in a strong enough spot to really contest. They're going to have to look for a miracle engage out of Student if they want it. I mean, Student can still run rampant in the backline, but it has to be a very controlled start. However, they're going to pop the Herald in the mid lane.
The flash from Capu, that is big. The dragon going low. It is going to be smited by Billis and then flashed away. Did not get this. Smiting Chris too far forward. Caught out by Prasmix. Here comes the Onslaught Shadow into the backline, but Hidden is getting run down by No Fast. The Aphelios will be looking for the kill, and Billis takes down CDD. Hidden finally falls down with a double kill for No Fast, and that is going to be KDO with the dragon with the fight. They're looking for... Never mind. Billis not going to see him.
Not going to end up seeing him. He's just going to be able to base in this Ocean Soul bush. It's still... Billas is going to be able to get that return, get that red buff that they ended up having stolen off of them within the first the first minutes of the game. And now, I mean, KTU are in solid control of this game. What can UDL do to get back into this?
I mean, you have to get CDD back in the game at some point. That's the first place I'm looking. But 0-3 on the Jinx, compare that to NoFast's 4-0-1 Aphelios, it's gonna take ages.
It really will, especially because, okay, this teleport does end up going down, the minions not quite getting taken out, but yeah, it's going to take a lot for UDL to get themselves back into this game. You have to really play around Sididi. I mean, we know that the Jinx can get excited off of one kill in a fight and run rampant through them, but currently 0-3 has not finished. You know, the Mythic yet is still so far behind. It's sort of just sitting on this Noon Quiver and Boots combo, so it's going to be some time before they get back into this. They just need to stall, stall, stall. But I don't know if they're going to have the ability to currently.
It does feel like UDL Sigma have a very great Warwicky comp. In the
Yes.
sense that they have one carry, playmaker, supportive mid lane, jungler. That's pretty meta. Top lane is the only difference, but it's still a singular carry composition.
It is, and I mean, unless Repulsive can really run through people and just destroy them in the backline, I mean, as Xbliss was attempting to do in the last game, it will be incredibly hard. I'm not so confident that they're going to be able to pull it back, but around Drake fights, we do know that UDL Sigma are very good at, team fights, and they have the composition to be able to team fight effectively. They just have to find the correct setup.
Yeah, and Student on the spike. We hyped him up so much. I mean, we've seen what he can do, so not without reason, but this game just unable to find the place, could not get out on the map, could not go for the kills, and it's all starting to fall in favor of KTU. First items being finished, mythics all across the board for KTU. We have the Frozen Heart on Repulsive. Not 100% sure how I feel about that, but Prasmug, he lands another hook. I mean, this guy's hooks have been clean this game.
They really have been, and when you combo it with the baby cage, you're able to hook somebody, pull them back into it, and just destroy them. This combo is very strong, and it's allowing NoFast to just sit mid lane and farm. Doesn't have to get involved, doesn't have to try with the kills, can just sit back, and because of this, the whole map is falling more and more in the favor of KTU. There is a push on the mid lane, but, you're just sort of feeding NoFast currently. This is the subbed in AD carry, not the main AD carry for this roster, and so, considering they're playing with a different set of players, playing very well. The Herald gonna be started up for UDL. I mean, currently they have pretty nice objective control on these neutral monsters.
Yeah, this is going to be the second Herald picked up for the side of UDL, but we are staring at an almost 7,000 gold advantage for KTU at 15 minutes.
That is insane. Already so far ahead. UDL doing very well for themselves during the early stages of this game as they transition it now into the mid game, looking to break these towers. It would be nicer if they were able to pick themselves up those heralds. Instead, though, they're just going to have to brute force them down. Deathron can just run rampant at this point. Shouldn't be able to be taken down by Repulsive. He certainly does think he could fight for it.
I mean, it is a Frozen Heart at the end of the day, right? That decreases Trinimir's effectiveness quite a lot, and so Deathron, if he doesn't have to take the 1v1, see no reason why he would.
Not the main carry right now, and he could get some help out of a Predator Capillo.
Yep, we'll find Repulsive in the top lane. 2v1 works most of the time. And yeah, KTU with yet another kill while maintaining the priority in the mid lane. CDD will be sent towards bot lane to try and farm up on the Jinx. Probably a good call, especially at KTU don't have anyone there to punish.
It's going to be a dive in the mid lane. Belas a bit called out quite far forwards.
Yeah, that's what the Ghost is going to go for the ultimate as well. In the 1v2, still standing strong, very tanky with that one item. Encore goes wide, and Capu making his way down towards mid lane. Not gonna go all the way, but Deathron already took the top lane tier 1, is currently hammering away at the tier 2, and bot lane turret has been taken down, so there we go. CDD getting gold.
CDD is getting gold. They're going to place the Herald into the mid lane as well, so they are going to be able to try to push onto multiple lanes. They are losing top lane though.
Yes, that Herald is going to find its charge. The turret brought down to about 1k health. Down comes the Moonlight Vigil. It's just a bit of damage. It's trade top lane for bot lane with mid lane going kind of iffy, but the whole chaos allows UDL to get set up on this first Ocean Dragon.
They are going to have themselves priority down onto it. Unfortunately, in the top lane, Repulsive is going to go down, but should be a pretty easy pickup for UDL Sigma to get themselves another Drake, and still, on terms of neutral monsters, they are getting ahead.
They are, but how much does that matter versus gold is really the question you have to start asking yourself now if you're UDL, because, yeah, sure, you've got 2 Drakes, you've got 2 Heralds. How much utility did you get out of Herald? questionable.
A
And
charge, not a
yeah,
tower.
and also you are going to be losing fights.
If the fights are always going in the favor of KTU, they should be able to squeeze out this game. They are also in firm control of towers. Only one, not one, sorry, two. No, yes, sorry, one outer tower going down for UDL, and so they are still massively far behind. Looking for some silver linings for KTU, they have the ability to, push off and get themselves into a couple of these Drake fights, but I don't think any of them have turned into actual fights. For the minute, KTU are pretty happy to just sit back and not fight.
Well, Deathron was attempting to look for a pick here, but yeah, scaling, calming the game down seems to be the name of the game, and KTU are doing a good job at that. Death Cap, Everfrost, almost fully stacked here for Cap, you know.
Bio is so far ahead right now, able to just destroy kids. As another fight in the jungle.
Yeah, this time Nofast is just gonna flash towards the lantern. He is going to be out of there. And this is the power of Thresh. You can just get your AD carry out of those sticky situations.
Giving everybody a little bit of impunity to step forwards a bit further than they really should do. That is the flash blown, however. NoFast won't be able to use that during the next set of fights as, wow, that was just a solo kill from Repulsive onto Deathron, and that could be the beginning, of a lane of pressure for UDL Sigma to actually play through.
Deathron had ult. I really don't know what happened there, but I will not dwell on it too much more. The Encore forces Flash away from Capio, and that is going to be UDL Sigma getting some pressure in this game. Yes, they are still behind. They did not win a fight, but at least for a moment they get to feel like they aren't as direly behind as they are.
A little feeling of control for them. Still not able to break that mid lane tower, though, despite how far down it is. And I mean, if we take a look in at CS and at items for the minute, it looks like, oh no, that's, sorry, just a hook right there. For the minute, it is just everything going really in favor of KTU. Other than up in the top lane, where actually, Capio is dead here.
No, wait, no, he's going to be able to take down Sedini. He's still alive and kicking. Shut down. Finally going the way of Shun. Repulsive teleports in. Here comes Bellas with that devastating charge. The hook connects yet again. That's the onset of shadows into the backside, and Novas goes unstoppable. Shun trying to get away with the Ghost Water dive, but Bellas keeps on diving, keeps on going in. Maybe a bit more than he can chew. Taken down with the death from below. It's a shutdown going the way of Shun, and Prasmic now getting very low. The X marks the spot, does go wide, and Prasmic will still be able to be taken down. KTU losing out on the fight in the mid lane.
Still able to pick themselves up good fighters. You can see that this Sigma lineup still is strong enough to be able to fight. The only thing is they are losing Precious and Tower down into the bottom lane from Deaththorn, but still, it was a nice fight. They managed to pick off Capio, great to start it off. Then they were able to capitalize on over-aggression out of Billas. There are fights wins still in this UDL lineup. They just have to be careful with it all, not overchase themselves. That is going to be a mid-lane tower going down as well with bounty on it, so UDL Sigma are beginning to push themselves back into this game.
6,000 gold lead. They close it off by 2k right now, and a lot of gold going to Shun. Picks themselves up the Guardian Angel, which, I mean, is potentially the most 5-hit thing I can see built on Pyke, especially in a game like that.
I mean, it gives them the ability to just leap forwards and a little bit of extra damage as well. It's not bad. Deaththorn stepping way too far forwards does have a small amount of support out of Capio, and with the baby cage, it ends up being enough.
Does indeed. Second items picked up for Hidden and for Chris. Of course, Chris going for the supporter build, so those are very much cheaper, but Hidden with the Triforce Randuins is going to be able to take a lot of beating from, well, everyone apart from Capio, who, well, still gonna shred through him, but we forget about that for now.
For the minute, everybody looking like they want to set up around this Drake. 30 seconds until it spawns. Everyone down here, nobody gone towards the top lane, no teleports available other than on Chris, even if somebody did want to go there. And so this may be the first true 5v5 that we actually see.
Let's see how it goes. Deathron is going to look to run Hidden down. That Randuins, as I mentioned, is going to make him very durable to Deathron specifically, but Novat's going to go forward, and still it's only one item at the end of the day. You're going to go down eventually, but no, Bill is going forward. He's just dead. You know, he can be double encore. Fighting against Marco, the KDU members, and it's UDL's time to shine. No fast in the backside trying to save this fight, but there is no saving. Clean ace in the mid lane for UDL Esports Sigma.
That was an insane fight out of UDL Sigma. They ended up punishing the over-aggression out of KTU. They were set up, they were ready, they could have waited for UDL to run into them. Instead, Deaththron going flying forwards, Billas following up, and in the end, they lose all 5 members for none. Clean ace, as you said, they're going to pick up the Ocean Drake, put them on Ocean Soul Point and the Baron, and really put themselves firmly in control of this game.
Yeah, I guess, you know, with those 2 items frozen on Hard Juins, there is no damage dealt on the Repulsive and Hidden. They bought so much time. The double Encore landing, Student also picking off scraps on the Pike as always. Yeah, this comp is now online. They find themselves 1,000 gold lead and a Baron buff. They're also on Soul Point. Let's not forget, you mentioned those objectives. Well,
Just absolutely lovely little fight coming out of UDL, and I mean, if they can keep up this pace, they could well put themselves back in the driver's seat of this game. For the second, things are going to be calm, but they now have the Baron buff. Where they were behind on towers, they have now managed to drag it almost to be even. Still got to take out that top lane tower. Will certainly be helped by the Baron buff. Are they going to go for a 3-2? It looks like for the minute, more likely going to want to put themselves into the 4-1, putting the Olaf up into the top lane. They're going to do that finally, and then they can push down onto the mid lane, push down onto the top lane. See if they can find a pick in the jungle right now. Oh, I cannot hear you at all right now. No audio for you. Okay, no audio for Kashka, so I guess I will jump in and play-by-play this little team fight. For the minute, it looks like UDL Sigma are going to be pushing their forwards. Capio is slowed down, should be able to take the Lantern, does take the Lantern. No Fast also going to be able to jump away. And for the minute, it's just 2 kills over to UDL Sigma, and they're going to be pushing themselves up onto the top lane second tier tower. They have the Baron buff, they will be able to push this one through very quickly.
yeah, am I back?
Yes, you are.
No idea what happened. Anyways, yeah, UDL just running through KTU here. They're going to look for the top lane inhibitor turret. I don't know if KTU can really stop them. Capu is going to take the Lantern out to safety, but this game fell apart so quickly for the Lithuanian squad. They're going to try their last-ditch effort. They do manage to burst down Repulsive. Capu goes golden. Novas is still alive, and Billas comes running from the base. No ult, though. Is going to maybe go for Chris, but no, UDL, they lose 1 member. The rest of them will disengage.
The ability of the UDL Sigma to sit back and pull themselves away from fights in order to stop the forwards engage out of Billas and Deaththron is incredible. As soon as they're able to put themselves out of the initial CC and the initial damage from the KTU squad, all of a sudden they have way more that they can lay back down. The Jinx, as we highlighted, was so far behind, but is beginning to get excited during these fights. And the Pike, we were so excited to see it during the draft, and it is paying off right now. Student gonna walk into Deaththron. I don't think either of them particularly want this fight. No, Deaththron gonna just walk it out.
Yeah, Deaththron not interested at all. I mean, he's not even at 2 items yet. Student rocking up 3 now, that Umbral Glaive, meaning it's so difficult for KTU to get any objective control. And if you're playing into Pike, every bush that you don't have warded potentially could spell your doom.
Yeah, you have to imagine that every single bush contains a Pike. Walk into it very slowly. They do not have a real true tank to be able to step up to the Pike either. It's a big issue that we didn't really highlight of the KT roster. It is very squishy. A lot of champions that can be just instantly deleted by the Pike. If they're not fully killed out, they still have Sididi to worry about. And for the minute, it's just a lack of finding good engages for KTU. They are still... I mean, they are far behind in gold now, they are 3k down, but they still have enough damage to win out fights. They just have to find the setup. They need to find a setup where Billas isn't overextended looking for a pick, and where actually Nofas and Capio can deal the damage that they are designed to do.
Yeah, and I hope Deaththron is going to hit a point where he can be a threat on his sideline, because I feel like if you're a Tryndamere right now, that is what you need to be going for, even if you don't like your chances against, you know, Repulsive's insanely tanky Olaf. I mean, teamfights are not going to be much better.
For the minute, teamfights just are not going to go very well for KTU. I mean, UDL Sigma have the ability to just run away long enough to stop the engages from happening. Everybody, though, setting up around this Drake. 40 seconds until it spawns. This is soul for UDL Sigma if they pick it up. Otherwise, KTU are going to be able to delay the game a little bit, get themselves enough time to get back into the game, scale up. They have plenty of scaling on their team if they're able to get there. But as you said, because of the Umbral Glaive on Student, it's so very hard for them to actually, find themselves any control.
Hold on, as the hook students, GA is popped. This could be huge. Prasmic again landing those crucial cooldowns, but the rocket is going to come out. Just a bit of damage. GA is down. Katie, you do get some more edge, I suppose, going into this fight, but look at how much they have to face check through.
Yeah, the face check is absolutely terrifying right now. They have multiple members split up as well, and Willa's going to be forced to use that lantern over the wall. Double jump!
Encore though, and Capio is dead! Deathron looks for a way in, and Nova's getting run down by Repulsive. Deathron in the fight is going to be able to take down Chris, now trying to go for the disengage, but the pillar stops him dead, and the track Prasmic is dead. Novas is down as well. CDD gets excited and tries to run Billas down, but with 4-1, UDL, they're teleporting in. They're gonna look for the finish, and I mean, why the hell not? They have accelerated this game so quickly. Let's look for the end.
They were able to absorb all of the pressure out of KTU in the early game. Billas is being just held under this tower by a student, not able to run away. Oh, is going to just miss out on the hook, so there is going to be one defender around. Billas, though, running into the backline, just going to get taken down here, and this leaves the base pretty free. 7 seconds until anybody spawns.
This is going to be the game. I mean, Prasmic will not be able to stall them. Capio is up, but it is simply too late. UDL Sigma, one fight is what it took for them to take control of this game, and they finish off cleanly afterwards.
Just a beautiful game out of UDL Sigma. They absorbed the early pressure very well. And then all it took, as you said, was one fight. And as soon as they were able to get themselves that Baron, they squeezed out KTU beautifully. The swing from about 6k down to all of a sudden being 3k ahead was practically instantaneous. And just very nice play from them, always avoiding all of the aggression. You had seen that Deathron and Billas had the ability and I guess the mindset to go flying forwards, and so they just managed to kite back until all of that engage was gone and then turn and destroy people.
Well, now we've got a bit of a difficult job of trying to pick who is the MVP for UDL Sigma, because in a game like that, I mean, it really is a team effort, right? Like, who do we even pick?
Everybody was playing incredibly well. I think it might be Student for me, though. Was able to absorb enough pressure and then was just being such a nuisance in the backline. Even when they went too far forwards and did end up dying in that last fight, actually there were a ton of ultimates blown on top of this Pyke that then just healed back up, survived because of the GA, and was just such a nuisance the whole map through. Also very useful for kiting backwards because of that Ghost Water dive. You're able to leap backwards, and anybody who continues to chase into you just gets stunned up, which is so good against somebody like a Hecarim who is always trying to chase forwards.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I also disagree in the sense that I think my MVP was probably hidden on the Trundle with the Triforce, with the Randuins in that fight in the middle, and able to buy so much time, so much pressure with the pillars as well as a distraction. It was kind of a perfect storm, and I do believe we have replays of this game. And, well, I know I am specifically looking for one fight in particular, but we're going to see how KTU got to the lead first.
For the minute, they were just able to turn around what was an attempted dive out of UDL that just goes so very wrong, ends up getting multiple members going downs, and Chris in the end is not able to quite about pick themselves up those kills. And at this point, KTU are firmly in the lead. They're really able to, be strong. But an issue that they continually ran into was losing out on Drake. So they picked this Drake up for themselves, but a lot of the time they were bullied back off of Drakes and ended up losing out on so many objectives that they were so far behind that once one or two objectives ended up going down, you can see here just the turn all of a sudden out of UDL Sigma, and they're just able to destroy onto kids. In the end, getting multiple kills down.
Yeah, that's the fight.
Yeah.
That's the fight that swung everything, I think.
Is where things begin to change.
Look at Hidden, he's just not dying.
It is taking so much damage, but is not dying. Everybody's chasing down onto him. And then Deathron goes way too far forwards. The beautiful Encore managing to catch up 2 members. Then they're able to turn instantly. There is no hesitation. They just go down onto them and manage to pick themselves up every single kill. Go and get themselves a Baron off of this. And now this is the final fight. You can see everybody's jumping forwards and another lovely Encore coming out, managing to stun up multiple members. And this was all she wrote for UDL.
Yeah, and I mean, Chris as well, big props there, because in that fight in the mid lane, the shields, the heals, and the movement speed provided to everyone, then the encores that we've seen time and time again. And I think the game finished at 28 minutes. The fight in the mid lane was 22 minutes. In 6 minutes, UDL Sigma have taken a game that honestly looked lost. They were so far behind, but they turned it to a victory. And now they're going to put themselves on par with Grey Warwick at 4 wins each. Does that mean KTU, unfortunately, still staying on 3? They're gonna fall behind the rest of the group.
Yeah, if you're Katie, you've put yourselves in a horrible spot, unfortunately. From what should have been your victory, they were very far ahead, as we said. Katie now far enough behind that they are. I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility, but they are probably not fighting for those top 2 spots. UDL, though, moving on up, can continue to fight. They will still play Grey Warwick and PG Lions, so they still have the ability to contest for those top spots. And getting a win against KTU is exactly what they needed. We're going to see you in the next game, though, to check out Group D.
Welcome back after the break, everyone, to UEM, powered by TwitchNet and Intel. Still Catchka, still joined by Black Blockster, and we're going off to Group D with Esports Team 20 taking on Batashiro Esports Red Dragons.
We said that the last group we were looking at, Group C, were pretty insane. I mean, we were not wrong, but this group is absolute chaos. Every single team in this group really still has the ability to fight in, and these two teams specifically. We're going to take a look at the Red Dragon lineup right now, and I mean, this lineup was good enough last year to get top 4.
Yep, Crumple, Sora, Nemi, Moshi, and Meliodas. We have seen them last year. We have seen them last week as well. Perhaps not the best look on stream. They finished the day with 3-2, but you know, I don't think we can really dance around it. The 2 times we have seen them, they got a lead and they didn't close it out.
Very good at getting themselves leads and very, very poor, unfortunately, at actually closing out the game. Soren really was the highlight of this team, constantly getting leads across the entire board. We'll take a look at the Esports Team 20 lineup as well. And I mean, this lineup is slightly different today than it was last week. Last week we did have 2Trick in the AD carry spots. 2Trick, as you can see from the preferred champions, was a support player. We actually have Mechanics in the bot lane for Esports Team 20, and because of that, they are going to be way stronger. Mechanics is their main AD carry. It was a sub last time around. Mechanics is the player that they would have actually wanted to play with last week, and they did well last week. So this week, with their true AD carry, this bot lane could be much different and much improved.
Yep, and since Group D has got all the teams playing, this is the 3rd game of the day. And we know that Esports Team 20, they have won both of their previous matches, whereas the Red Dragons went 1-1. So we know which one of these two has the momentum carrying forward, and in fact, Esports Team 20, in terms of the standings, they're right now tied for the 1st, I believe.
Yeah, they are so strong in their group right now, looking incredibly, like a team that could go really far. Last time around, this team did also make top 4, so we've got 2 giants of the last time around with UEM. And now this time around, still fighting in. Red Dragons not looking as strong this time. And Esports Team 20 possibly even stronger with the true bot laner. I mean, if we are looking at this bot lane, last time around we were looking at Kaboosh to be really the main carry. But now that they have Mechanics in this bot lane, possibly there could be more focus down into this lane. And as we've seen in the previous 2 games of the day, having your bot lane ahead can swing things.
It does, and I mean, let's still not forget about Gaboosh, because I do want to bring him into this conversation, as it might not necessarily be the solo carry, but still, NLC Division 2, he's got a ton of experience, and he knows how to pilot the team fights, he knows how to pilot the team, he knows how to get everything out of, well, almost any situation. So this Esports Team 20 roster, they are a serious contender in this group, and I'm gonna be honest, if Batashiro Dragons do take the loss here, it's gonna look shaky, because AGH, AIX, and now Esports Team 20 as well, they're all looking insanely strong as well. You don't want to be taking any more losses.
No, you cannot afford to take any more losses, especially not against teams who are also fighting up in the top of this standings. I think Red Dragons really have to win this one. It's not done for them if they lose it, but it is getting increasingly difficult. Esports Team 20, though, looking to pick up their 2nd win against Red Dragon, put themselves firmly ahead of Red Dragon in the head-to-head, which could be impactful. You know, if you are fighting for that final spot and you're both tied, I mean, then having that head-to-head is so much of what could put you forwards into the top stages of the group. I mean, Esports Team 20, though, they're not looking to go through the last chance qualifier. They're looking to have that top spot, and going through Red Dragon would put them in a lovely spot to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of our top 4 teams here really are wanting to make it out, especially AGH. Let's not forget, yeah, these 2 teams we're seeing, they made top 4. AGH were the runners-up from last year, so this is the group of death for a reason, and this is the match that could definitely, well, for Red Dragons more so, a loss here might make it difficult, if not impossible, to get the top 2. I don't want to, condemn them in the case of a loss, mostly because I haven't run through the maths yet of how the group is shaping up, but with them taking a loss to AIX earlier, doesn't take a genius to figure out if you also lose to Team 20, it's not great.
No, it will not be a good spot for them at all. Should be jumping into the draft pretty quickly. I mean, really, we're looking at Esports Team 20 to be in control of this game. I think I want to focus down onto the bottom lane, see what Mechanix likes to play. It's very similar to what we did end up seeing pull out, but Mechanix is a true AD carry player. They should be better. This roster should be even stronger. So what are they going to be put onto? One of the strongest picks, the Zeri, the Jinx, the Aphelios, or onto something a little bit wacky and weird?
They've got the blue side, so they've got all those AD carries to choose from. We have seen, of course, the priority last game we put to CDD. Not too much of a center carry in that game, but we are seeing the teams sometimes prioritize those champions. That being said, we're going to have the LeBlanc ban specifically against Nemi. A lot of comfort champions being taken away from the mid lane of Red Dragons.
Yeah, we can see 3 mid lane bans going down already. Really going to squeeze out this mid lane. The Viego, not really a mid lane ban. Could be, though. I mean, I'm not expecting it to be. That is more of a ban out of Kabush. I mean, Kabush is so very strong, especially on something that can really fight, like the Viego, so taking it off of the board, it makes a lot of sense. Is it going to be a third ban onto the mid lane, or are they going to try to squeeze out somebody else, Crumple perhaps, who can play those very aggressive top laners? That's going to be an AD carry ban, not looking to play with the Aphelios, and these bans mean that we're going to be looking at very different compositions to what we've seen in the previous 2 games.
Yep, and we have, well, 3 ADCs come to my mind when I think top S tier. That's Aphelios, Jinx, Zeri. One of them is open, 2 of them have been banned, and I mean, it's as simple as that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the third best of all of these champions that are still left available. Picking it up, you're going to want something with a lot of attack speed boosts, maybe a Yuumi. I've seen the Yuumi and Zeri combo run through people, and you can see that Red Dragon knew it as well and decided to pick it up, didn't want to give over the Yuumi Zeri. Instead, they're going to have a Yuumi Hecarim. So as trade, you're going to take away the best laner that goes with the Zeri, and take away the Hecarim, which is the strongest jungler in the game right now.
And also you put them together in the late game and you've got an insane engage tool with the Hecarim, Yuumi ult and the movement speeds. It's gonna be tough to run away from that. That being said, Gabush taking that of Volibear, and we've got a Zillion with Zeri. Someone cue initial D music.
Yeah, what did we say about letting the Zillion through? When will teams learn? It can be so impactful. Oh, go on. Lock this in, please. We have not seen anything like this in a while. Don't want to get baited by the hover. I mean, for the minute.
Let's go.
Yes.
Locked in.
There we go. Yuumi Lucian. I love this as a lane. It really gives so much ability for the Lucian to go flying forwards. I mean, having all of those CC stuns coming out of the ultimate from the Yuumi on top of a Lucian who's wanting to go forwards anyway, that combo is beautiful, and we have not seen a lot of Lucian recently. This is a lot of early game power that you can try to put on top of a Zeri who wants to sit back and scale.
Yeah, that is what I mean. I was looking for the Red Dragons to do, is you wanna punish the Zeri bot lane. Like, you can't let the pick scale. So Lucian is a nice one. And if for some reason Esports Team 20 wanna put Clonky on the Zeri mid, Nemi can probably take the Lucian there as well.
Indeed, there is a lot of flexibility still out of this Red Dragon composition, and you can see they're beginning to ban out mid laners now, taking off a lot of the big AD and AP mids. For the minute, both of these teams probably want themselves a big tank in the top lane. I mean, technically the Volibears could still go top. We've seen it more in the jungle. Both of these top laners, though, they don't really want to play the big tanky champions. They want to take the fight to each other, and so getting rid of the Irelia, I mean, you do not want to see the Irelia get ahead. The Ahri also going to be taken off the board. More priority going down onto Nemia. We're going to have to see them pull out, the absolute dregs of their champion pool right now. The only thing that they have still on the... Actually, no. I see nothing left on their main champions still on the board for Nemia, so we're going to have to see something very different out of them, unless they are taking the Lucian.
Aatrox is going to be the pick. Going to crumple in the top lane, you have to imagine. Blind pick Aatrox, somewhat of a flavor of the group stage. We've seen it multiple times in games, especially, I believe, was it game 1 that we have seen PG Lions blind pick against Grey Warwick, and now it's coming in again.
Yeah, it's very safe to blind pick. There's not too many hard counters against it. And as we saw with the Gore Drinker, able to get into the backline and just destroy people, really not allowed to play the game. We are going to have the Karma pickup. This is still flexible. You can still put whoever you want into the middle lane, whoever you want into the support role. And so we'll probably see... I'd have to imagine seeing the Zillion in the middle lane because Zeri and Karma is going to be a very good poke lane, but not necessarily. Finally, to round it out, is this going to be a jungle Volibear or a top lane Volibear? Jungle Volibear with a Fiora in the top lane. This is very aggressive.
Yep, aggressive. The split push target as well, and I like it here because Team 20 have drafted a scaling comp with before a singular carry, something that we've seen before today, piloted poorly by Grey Warwick, a bit better by the side of UDL Sigma, but now you've got that split push in the top lane, you've got an actual lane you want to play through early.
Indeed, this top lane is where I'm going to be focusing a lot of my attention. The bottom lane is going to want to scale up a little bit. There are the abilities to fight. Lucian, very aggressive in the early game. However, Yuumi does not want to go forwards until she gets the 6. On the other side, you've got the Zeri and the Karma. A lot of poke can have the ability to go in for engages, but it's the top lane where it's a highly skilled matchup. If you have any jungle intervention that could swing it quite severely, the mid lane should be a farm fest, and I'm okay with that because we have enough action across the rest of the board.
Yeah, I mean, Corki, Zillion, they both want to scale for very different reasons. Zillion, of course, providing utility to Zeri and the rest of the team. Corki is going to become a hyper carry. I mean, we're going to have to watch Nemi once he gets to those 2-3 items. But I think we've got plenty of early game action. Bot lane is the last thing we haven't talked about. We've got that Lucian, Yuumi, and you mentioned that you like it. How is it going to work out into the Zeri Karma from Mechanics and QDKT?
The Zeri Karma does neutralize it a little bit because Lucian can be quite strong during the early game, but you're into just a lot of poke, which is not ideal, You're into enough poke that you're going to have to sit back and wait. It's when you get into these team fights where actually I'm putting a lot more of the focus onto the Esports Team 20, onto the Red Dragon bot lane, mainly because, they have the ability to deal just insane amounts of damage and have enough CC to really back it up. If you're laying down that culling from the Lucian on top of those stuns from the Yuumi, you can just shred through people. On the other side, though, the Zeri is very safe. I'm expecting the Zeri to not really go down to ganks. And so in the early stages of this game, I think both of them are going to want to sit back. Should be a push advantage to the Netherlands squad. But in terms of team fights, maybe more towards the Turkish squad.
Right, but we're gonna go into the match. Third match of the day. First one that we see on stream from the Group D, and we will be staying with them until the end of today. 4 teleports being picked up, so that is going to be a lot of side lane activity once we do get to the late game. And early few levels. We have Gabush going for a scouting invade.
Yeah, instantly we've got a little bit of action. We saw a bit of that during the last game, and I don't think anybody really wants to fight onto this. For the minute, it looks like both laners going to start in the top side, so they are going to look down towards the bottom lane. I don't disagree with this as a decision, mainly because in the top lane, the Fiora and the Aatrox are going to want to duke it out themselves, really. The Fiora was picked as a counter into the Aatrox. Clearly, Emil thinks that they can, pilot it to perfection and to destroy the Aatrox. If the Aatrox gets ahead, though, that could spell disaster for the backline.
Yeah, we've seen it once already. I would say that with the Karma and the Zillion and also Zeri movement speed, you have a lot of mobility, a lot more than, previously we have seen put up against an Aatrox. So, Team 20, they've got that scaling element for the team fights, and, let's just see who gets ahead early, because the whole conversation about scaling is something that I don't want to get into, because I don't even know who wins that.
No, the scaling is good on both teams in certain spots and bad on both teams in other spots. For the minute, it looks like the poke battle's actually pretty even between these two bot laners. Was expecting it to go more in the side of Esports Team 20's bot lane. We'll once again highlight the fact that Mechanics is not who we saw playing last week, was a sub, now is the true AD carry, a very good AD carry. We do not know this player's playstyle, though. How does this change the bottom lane matchup? For the minute, going to get pushed in by this Lucian Yuumi, and you can see the power of a Lucian early. Not seen him in a while, and does very well into these later scaling champions that we are more used to in this meta.
Yeah, QDKT also brought very low in the bot lane, so the health trade's going heavily the way of Red Dragons, and Mechanics going to get
a little bit of engage here. Mechanics taking a lot of damage. Melodia's stepping very far forwards. The Ignite is down onto Moshi. Everybody should just walk away from this one. Heal is going to be popped because the Volibear is here. Gabush going to fly forward, gets the stun. Mechanics is going to have to jump off. Meloda's going to get taken down, and it is first blood over to the side of over to the side of Esports Team 20.
Gabush coming in for the counter
No, we
gank, not
cannot.
taking his own buff.
Still have no
Wait,
audio out of Ketchka.
I mean, my Discord is showing that I'm talking.
And I confirm production, you guys can't hear him either.
Hello? Well, that's weird.
Hang on a second. Am I hearable? Hopefully. You know what? I'm just going to keep talking. Hopefully I am hearable. Not entirely sure at this point in time, however.
Okay, production can hear me.
Let's take a quick look at the map state.
But
That was a kill down into the bottom lane for the Lucian. For the Zeri. For the minute, it looks like everybody is going to sit back, though. Nobody wanting to go too far forward. Crumple and Emil getting pretty low in this top lane. Until we hit 6, unlikely for any solo kills to go down. Could just see the power of the Aatrox in terms of better wave clear than the Fiora has. Fiora very single target damage.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I don't know if my co-caster can hear me, but apparently the stream is getting me through, so we are going to be communicating somehow. This is going to be very funny. But both junglers are now pathing up towards the top side of the map, it seems like. And the scuttle is going to go the way of Soren.
Right, quick little chat from production.
Okay, I think my co-caster still can't hear me. Moshi is going to go for a trade onto Mechanics down in the bot lane, and Moshi actually ends up losing that one out. Zeri can steal the shields. That is a pretty effective, well, it's a pretty effective way of neutralizing those trades. Okay, we are going to somehow figure it out. I think I am going to be solo casting for a moment at least. And well, where are we at right now? We've got the one kill going the way of Esports Team 20.
There we go. Fixed it. Hello, hello.
Hello. Honestly, I was about to panic because the stream could hear us both. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me.
Oh, love it when things break just gently. All good for now, though. Back.
Okay. So, back to League of Legends. We've got some early pickups. The notable ones I would maybe suggest is Crumple, having that Bramble Vest super effective against Emil's Fiora.
Yes, indeed. Hang on, let me just get the stream back up. There we go. Right, sorry for that, everybody. Unsure why things had decided to break for themselves. Okay. Yes, Bramble Vest up into the top lane. Oh, gank down into the bottom lane.
The QDKD is very low. I don't know if the Ignite will be enough damage, though. No, the Karma stays alive, and gank from Soren, that bit unsuccessful.
Everything is going to be okay in the end. Just going to be... Actually, no summoner spells even blown for that little fight either. And for the minute, everybody just sitting back. You can see Soren trying to push very far forwards. I don't think they win versus Gabush.
Yeah, Gabush is gonna go in for the stun. Does get exhausted by Meliodas. Down comes Mechanics as well. Soren's got a lot of return damage. Gabush getting low, but will be able to take him down. And now Mechanics looking to trade back. Hopes over the wall. It's still a level 5 Zeri. Doesn't have too much damage, but Gabush with the double kill, and the Triumph is putting in so much work. Esports Team 23 for 0 in bot lane.
Gabush able to just heal and heal and heal. You can see the ability of healing champions during this patch to just stay alive forever, and they're going to transition this into a Drake as well.
Oh, that is a big lead to start us off with. 2 of these skills going on to Mechanics as well. Exactly the person you want to see them on. I mean, I guess we might see the focus towards top lane, because that seemed like the obvious choice, but no, never mind. Let's just snowball this area, say Esports Team 20.
I mean, if you are into a lane that you're going to lose out on early, having early pressure puts you in a much nicer spot. Although the Lucian was more impactful during the early levels than the Zeri, now that the Zeri has 2 kills and 2 assists, going to be able to fight in onto people, I mean, with pretty much impunity right now, especially with the ability to then leap over the walls and the Karma at the back. And this is disaster for Red Dragon, simply because there are 2 supports on top of this Zeri. You're going to have both the Zillion and the Karma able to keep them ahead. And so as soon as the Zeri is able to do enough damage, they're not going to die. and they're just going to shred you.
Soren looking for a bit of a gank in the top lane. Red Dragons, they need something to get back in this game. A play would be nice, but Gabush just follows Soren wherever he goes.
I mean, and if you are just constantly being counter-ganked, it is a horrible spot to be in. Crumble nearly going down. A little bit of fighting into the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, and Mechanics got the level 6, is starting to zoom around. Moshi getting low, but no dive threat from this duo just yet.
They're going to have to be quite a far ahead in order to be able to effectively dive. Still, though, you can see the power. And because, unfortunately, the 6 was ticked for Esports Team 20 before Red Dragon, you cannot step forwards if you are Moshi and Melodus, not until you have that 6. And then you might be able to. Still, though, they're down on items as well. And so need to be very careful to not begin to lose out in the bottom lane.
And I really like the early Oblivion orb pickup for QTKT is going to get a lot of the healing that Meliodas provides.
Instantly being able to just cut through people and, stop all of that healing. It is a nice decision.
Falling coming out, but not doing too much, really.
No, you can see that when it's not paired with that Yumi ultimate at the same time, there's not a lot that actually can be done. You're very easy to duck and dive away from it. Namiya caught out.
Yeah, Gabush trying to come down, but Crumple does have the priority from the top lane. Emil coming up from the base, the Herald down to 3,000. It is going to be contested by Esports Team 20, gonna come down to a smite fight. Down comes the and Gabush takes the Herald, disengage immediately from Red Dragons, but Gabush is flashing over the wall, says, "You shall not pass this choke point," but maybe they will anyways. Crumple is going to be the sacrificial lamb, and Gabush goes on a killing spree.
Gabush had already popped the ulti in order to take away the Herald, meant that they couldn't continue the dive under the tower. Doesn't much matter though, they will end up picking themselves up both the Herald and multiple kills, and so now they are in a lovely spot to be able to push down possibly onto the mid lane or onto the top lane. I mean, it could well go onto the bottom lane if you want to accelerate the Zeri anymore. I don't know if that's the play because the Zeri is pretty happy to be sitting and farming currently, is winning out on this lane. Don't want to take the Zeri out of a lane that they're winning, but if you do want to unlock them across the rest of the map, it is possible.
Yes, indeed. Something that I do want to have her bring us back to is that Gabush is just playing with such confidence. I mean, the plays he goes for. It's just insane. 3-0 and 2, participated in every single kill of this game, and it's basically, I'm gonna say, the main reason why Team 20 are currently 2,500 gold ahead.
Absolutely, has really been able to get all across the map on a very mobile jungler as well in the Volley Bear. Is tanky enough to just absorb damage, can go forwards for these fights. You can see just bullying people off. Namiya is now not going to get themselves that blue buff, able to steal away multiple camps up in this top side, and they could go for a dive if they want to onto Moshi and Meliodas.
Yeah, they invading the jungle, just starving out Soren's resources, and yeah, this is a big lead for Team 20. Much of a contrast from the first time around we saw those teams, because we saw Soren be the jungler that got Red Dragons ahead, and then it was Red Dragons losing out at the end of the day. Now, does the reversal of the early game also mean the curse passes?
I would hope not if you're an Esports Team 20 fan. But possibly.
Maybe it does. We'll see. Ultimate down in from Soren. The ball and Mechanics will flash away, but the exhaust will keep them slowed down for at least a bit. Is now kiting away, and Moshi is low. Needs to be careful. The Ignite was dropped. That will not be enough damage though, and Mechanics just looking to run people down. I mean, the Zeri is disgusting with how much movement speed she has.
You can also see the comfort of Mechanics on these bot laners. I mean, last time around, it was a really nice try out of DJM Forever, but as a support name, was not so comfortable on pushing forwards. Soren wants round 2. I still don't know if they win this, however. Mechanics does so much damage, and QTKT has already healed themselves back up to full.
Yeah, it's not the greatest return gang angle for the Red Dragons. They do find a kill. I'm gonna be honest, it was Gabush kind of just running it down under the tower. I say those confidence first. There's a very thin line between that and mistakes.
Overconfidence looks a lot like stupidity. Not calling Gabush stupid, but that was a little bit of an interesting play right there, and yeah, just throwing away what didn't need to be a lead. Obviously, the tower dives are great on a volley bear, but not when you have absolutely no follow-up, and don't even pop your ultimate to disable the tower. Crumple?
Oh, Emil popping that ult should be able to get all the healing he wants, flashing in as well, just to make sure that the launch gets the right target. And here comes Kaboosh. She's going in for the dragon. Is going to be secured by Soren and the package, bringing him down very low. Kaboosh again going in deep without the team and going to get cut down straight afterwards. Mechanics jumping forward, maybe a bit too far here. Does have the chrono shift to stay alive, and Soren will proc it. Clonky and QDKT are both still alive, but Mechanics will just get cut down. Does get one kill in return, but now can the supports of Team 20 disengage? QDKT goes down, and that's Red Dragons with the dragon and, what, 3 kills?
They managed to pick themselves up multiple kills on that. Again, Kaboosh going way too far forwards. I know that it was on to a dragon still, but flying forwards when they really had no right to. Now they're going to have to pop the Herald basically as it spawns in order to just get it down. It's going to push its way up through the top lane. So they might still be able to get the tower out of this, but you can see Soren knows this now. It's going to push their way up to top lane as well. And so are they actually going to be able to get any help out of this Herald? They will not get plates most certainly, and they're just losing out on little bits of gold where they didn't need to be.
Yeah, well, bit of a curse has certainly translated over. I think we can put that under a caster curse for Team 20 because they have lost 1,500 of their gold lead in the last 2 minutes. They're gonna try and get some of that back up now with this Herald.
They really do. They are going to be able to take this turret, so finally they're going to be able to put themselves back into a lead position as they were in before, but it was close. They could have had more response to come and try to stop this Herald. It is just because at the moment Emil is further ahead of Crumple and able to fight in onto them. They're able to bully them off, but across the map, whenever it seems like there are multiple members of Red Dragons around, they're able to fight some victories as oh no.
Old Clonky just clonks Moshi down, and I don't believe I've seen a zillion solo kill Lucian with a Yuumi attached, so that's certainly a sight to behold today.
That is not what you expect to happen, but massive damage coming out of Clonky, taking the tower as a little bit of help as well, and Clonky's really not who we focus on this esports Team 20 really doesn't play those big carries, except is fantastic at sitting back and being a good support, playing the Zillion basically to perfection, and going to be able to keep Mechanics alive, Emil too alive, if they actually want to join in the fights and not just spliff push. And so having your support champions be very strong will still be nice for them. Soren going to look for another play here with the Yuumi attached. This is the combo that you were excited to see during the beginning stages of the game.
Yeah, hasn't necessarily popped off yet. Soren behind no mythic, but I still have hope. When we are looking at the later stages of the game, it's not like Red Dragons fall off. I mean, Unemi is someone to watch, and Moshi, in terms of items, is keeping up pretty well.
Yeah, they're not that far behind currently, able to keep themselves within touching distance. 2k, as we saw in the previous game, 6k is still not an unassailable lead. Moshi not going to pick up that kill, and still I've seen a little bit of a disconnect here between Moshi and Melodious in that they're never popping their ultimates together. That's the real power. Pop the ultimates together so you will definitely land the stuns. Instead they're doing it a little bit disjointed, one ultimate and then the other. It's not really working as well as it could do, and they're failing to use the main power of this composition.
Yeah, definitely there's a lot of unused potential. I agree with you here. And when it comes to the team fights, that could just swing them around. But we are going to go to the bot lane. The Onslaught of Shadows going right through. Kaboosh getting low, but he's got the chrono shift. That ultimate from Conky will be coming out. Teleport is channeled in from Nemi, and Moshi waits out the chrono shift. Will be able to take the kill. QDKT and Conky in full disengage right now. Mechanics on the top side. Let's see if he finds the angle to go in on the Zeri together with Emil. He's going to pop the ultimate. And look at the flank from Esports Team 20. Red Dragons, it look good for them for now. But they are in full disengage mode with a double kill. Picked up by Emil. Mechanics is going to hop the wall looking for Nemi. Meliodas is going to try and buy some time. But Mechanics just going to steal that shield right off the Yuumi. The healing is nice. Nemi has got some damage. But tick, tick, there goes the boom, and that's the double kill for Mechanics.
You can see the power of the Zilean plus the Zeri, able to speed them up so much, constantly being able to chase down, gonna pick up almost every single kill. The only person who's gonna be still alive for Red Dragon is Crumple, simply by virtue of them not getting in on this fight at all. Mid lane tower gonna take a lot of damage too, and this is a huge swing for Esports Team 20 on what was an over push, over aggression out of Red Dragon.
Yeah, it was a fine start. I really liked how they waited out the Zilean ult to find the kill, but you cannot overextend too far, and Mechanics, it will run you down. It's a Zeri. That was a long chase, but, you know, there's no running away at the end of the day.
Indeed, the Zeri is fantastic at chasing people down. The Zilean makes people fantastic at chasing, and so that combo means that it is very hard to disengage once you've picked a bad fight. You cannot overengage if you're Red Dragons. It will go poorly for you. Now this Drake fight, the Ocean Drake, the first of the Souls, gonna be up and available. Both teams on one apiece. Gonna want this one if they want to be able to Drake stack into the late game.
Monkey is getting low from those rocket barrages, and we've got a package on Nemi. It wasn't available last fight, but that's a huge engage tool. Ready for this Drake. Let's see how effectively Red Dragons can use it.
Drake is already down to half health. Gabush going in.
He's engaging onto Soren, taking down half health. Here comes the package. It's going to split QTKD out from the rest of the team, and then he takes it down. Crumple in the backside. Mechanics is going to pop the ultimate, but the dragon goes the way of Red Dragons. And Mechanics trying to run out the Aatrox. Emil going forward for some reason. Is going to be able to stay alive for now, but the shutdown going the way of Meliodas. And the Red Dragons, they take the Drake. They take 4 kills. Team 20 are maybe falling down. Mechanics is going to get very low. Almost takes down Moshe, trying to kite around very speedy. Zeri gets out to safety.
Mechanics with the twinkle toes right there, managing to avoid all of the CC being chased around by the Yumi Q. In the end, does survive, but that's a huge fight for Red Dragon. This game is so incredibly close. We are back to a 1k gold advantage for Esports Team 20, but that was the Drake going over to Red Dragon. Having more health and being able to survive longer and longer is so good. Crumple and Soren are going to absolutely love it, and making sure that Gabush does not have that healing out of the Ocean Soul is huge in this game.
Also going to help you out on a side lane, being able to sustain for longer. I have mentioned at the beginning of the game that we have 4 teleports right now. When the side lanes are being set up, it's going to be more important than ever.
Side lanes are going to be huge right now. Currently, Emil is stronger than Crumple, but Crumple is beginning to get back into this game. You can see the healing that can come out of this Aatrox. Once they're in the backline, should not end up actually going down as long as they're surrounded by enough members to constantly heal off of. The same can be said, however, for Emil, especially once they pop that ultimate. That challenge going down, if they manage to proc all 4, going to heal them up insane amounts as well. And so around Baron fights, everybody is going to be incredibly scared. The package could be what it comes down to. If you're able to get the package through multiple members, all of a sudden Red Dragon is going to have to turn tail and run. And as we saw previously, Mechanics can chase people down incredibly well. However, if the package does go well and everybody is caught out by it properly, as Crumple maybe.
Yeah, Gabush going right in. The Grand Challenge will be issued from Emil, and Crumple so incredibly low will be run down. Emil takes the kill. That being said, Gabush showed bot lane. Look at the immediate response from the Dragons.
Instantly, they're going to turn themselves onto the Baron. Unfortunately, they're going to be dissuaded by just Clonky, who's able to poke his head in, throw down a couple of bombs, and they end up walking away. That is overall a good play for Esports Team 20. They're also going to pick themselves up a tower, and now they are able to get themselves pushed down onto bottom lane, and now Emil does have that TP, will be able to come back into the fights. It is unleashed as well, going to be able to teleport in onto anything. Mid lane tower may also fall, and this is just total map control for Esports Team 20.
In goes Gabush, dunks in the backside. The target goes down, and no, Gabush is low. It's going to be an objective. No kills. Never mind. Got maybe too excited here.
Oh, but it's an exciting tower going down that gives...
Hold on. Moshi looking for that kill. Hold on, Gabush flashes forward. Again, only to his demise, and Sora now looking for the punish here. The chrono shift is going to be used. Mechanics pops the ultimate. Will be looking to try and get something back for the side of Team 20, but Nemi teleports back in. It's a Twilight Corki. Mechanics on the side. He's so fast. He's doing so much damage. Mechanics, he's just kiting everyone. He's exhausted, but does it matter? Mechanics on the run. He's gonna hop over the wall and dives into the backside. He's getting low, and I feel like he's been in this plate before already. getting low, not able to finish off the kills, but Team 20 may win this fight out.
They do not have a jungler. It will be difficult for them to turn onto the Baron. Could well still do it. Gabush could sprint his way over here. And we saw just beautiful play out of Mechanics. We highlighted before the game started. This is the usual AD carry for this team. This is the AD carry they won their region off of and qualified into the tournament through. And so having him back in the lineup, you can tell how impactful it is. You can see how confident Mechanics is. Unfortunately, Gabush does keep running forwards in displays of overconfidence, perhaps. But in the end, it doesn't really matter when you have a 5-1 and 6 Zeri flying into the backline.
That Zeri is absolutely massive. Looking for that Ranji wins to come out as well. In the meantime, Moshi taking down the mid lane tower, then Gabush needs to be careful. He's had a great early game. Since then, a number of overextensions, and right now when he dives into the back line, not nearly as tanky as he would have liked to be.
No, he can get shredded down pretty quickly, especially when he takes a face full of culling from Moshi. We have a Drake spawning in 30 seconds. We've seen these mainly go in the favor of Red Dragon, but we haven't seen a true 5v5 team fight around these. Now, Emil does not have the TP, Crumple does. Still, though, Crumple's decided to actually sit in the mid lane, not looking to get into the top lane, get some push off, and then join the fight. Everybody wants to be reset for this already. One thing to note, Nemia is going back to get the package and then get back onto the map, so he's going to be at this Drake fight a little bit late.
Gabush going in for the engage yet again. This time their the team is there to follow. Mechanics hops over the wall, is gonna the ultimate boosted up by the Zillion, booted by the Yumi ult, and it's a good disengage from Red Dragons. They don't lose a whole lot on that. Only the calling it actually, well, 3 ultimates. It's not the end of the world though. The package still up.
No, more importantly, they've lost priority onto the Drake. They're instead going to be on the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, here comes the package, and Soren goes over the wall. That's the full-on fight from the Red Dragons. Kunigate is dead already. The Drake, it has been secured by the package. As Gabush falls down, and Team 20 are in disarray, trying to escape. Double kill going the way of Nemi, and it's Red Dragons running down the rift, running down Team 20. They might not have the lead, but they're going for the Nashor.
Have all members available, whereas there's 3 dead for Esports Team 20. This should be a pretty easy pickup of the Baron. It's just on Mechanics and Emil, the strongest members of Esports Team 20, to see what they can get. Instead, they're going to concede to try to pick themselves up a little bit of farm. That is going to be Baron over to Red Dragon.
Well then, that should equalize the gold lead. We're 25 minutes in the game, and the gold is even. Nemi is huge. I mean, I don't know how far away from the Ravenous Hydra, but once that hits, the Corki is gonna hurt.
Corki is already doing insane things. The package, which wasn't even necessarily there to try to steal out the Drake, instead manages to pick it up. Gabush did not have Smite, ended up just trying to take it out with the W, mistimed ever so slightly, and that is now soul point as well for Red Dragon. This next fight is going to be really very close and so impactful. Red Dragon are going to want to go for it to get the soul, and if you're Esports Team 20, you really cannot afford to concede, you know, more healing over onto a team comp that already loves to heal.
It's gonna be a tough one, but they've got 3.5 minutes, so the Baron buff will be gone by then. And the question is, how well can they defend, really? Because Emil's still able to maintain priority on the sideline.
For the minute, Emil is strong enough to continue to bully out Crumple. You can see the power of the culling again into this mid lane. They should be able to bully off and pick up this mid lane tower with the Baron. And so as, you know, more pieces begin to crumble, Red Dragon have more and more of the map to play around. They're not exactly a pick composition, but just having more pressure, more gold in their back pockets. Gonna try for this bot lane tower as well. This is nice map rotation currently out of Red Dragon.
Yeah, also a small thing, but I do like the vehicle location from Emil going to the river instead of his own jungle, because his own jungle is where Red Dragons checked. And so actually was able to recall behind enemy lines, somewhere where normally you would, well, shaking and potentially giving over that shutdown as well.
It's going to be a little bit of a siege down onto this bottom lane tower. All of the members of Red Dragon are down here with the Baron buff. Esports Team 20 doing their best to try to survive and not concede too much. Should lose this tower. Are they going to look for a fight to get them off?
Going right into the back line yet again. The Onslaught of Shadow is going to be used defensively, and the Chrono Shift has been procced, but Emil so very low will... Oh no, the bomb is 60. Never mind, but Gabush is going to get taken out on the front line with Soren picking up the kill. Mechanics is very fast indeed. Not faster than Soren, but is threatening the Red Dragons. Look at the Zeri zooming. Mechanics will just dodge away from the Aatrox strike, but here comes the Soren and shut down for Moshi. That is the ADC dead, and Team 20 will need to try and run for their lives with a double kill going the way of the ADC of Red Dragons. Clonky is probably dead here as well. Can he get away? Yes, he will be able to, but 3 kills going the way of Red Dragons, and they are firmly in control of this game.
So many low health members, such a close fight in the end though. Mechanics, who was playing with fire, stepped way too far forward, ends up getting caught out by the flank coming out of Soren. We highlighted Soren before the game started as one of the members to watch in that fight. Won it for the team when it could well have gone badly for them. Also, real MVP status going over to the minion wave. Constantly, Mechanics auto attacks were getting blocked, not allowing them to lay down the damage, the slows, and be able to chase onto people. Emerald's going way far forwards. There is a TP to respond. Should be able to get Moshi.
Does manage to find a shutdown, and now Crumple has teleported in perhaps a bit too late. The healing is not enough simply as Emil has so much damage. Wait, Clonky will get dangerously low, but down comes Gabush looking for the style. Crumple, he's still breathing. Emil goes on a rampage finally.
That was a lovely little play out of Emil. You know, has been strong this entire game, was trying, finally finds himself 2 kills. And actually 2 kills at a very good spot. Both members are going to be back up for the Drake, but they're not going to be able to set up their position. You can already see Esports Team 20 pushing forwards, laying down the vision, sweeping out the enemy vision. They are in total control of this Drake bit. Oh, Ekanek's going to dive over this wall.
Is going in for the flank, looking for Soren. The exhaust is down. Seems that Hecarim and Yumi are faster than Azeri at the end of the day. So there it is. Hold on, Mechanics. You can't go this far forward. Nemi will blow you up.
Mechanics playing with fire. It's bit them back before. For the minute, though, it seems to be going okay. The Drake is spawning in 6 seconds. This is Soul for Red Dragon. They have to get it. The culling wasted way before the fight even starts. Barely tags onto anybody. Everybody is available. Corky TP into the middle lane.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Yes, he does have the package. We've seen this play. There we go. Into the pit goes Soren, and that's the soul for Red Dragons. Now, Team 20, will they disengage? Will they fight? They're looking to get out. Emil recalling in the pit. It's Ocean Soul going for Red Dragons. This is huge.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Esports Team 20. They had the setup. They'd push Red Dragons back. They'd done so well for themselves. Instead, they lose the soul. This means that Crumple and Soren are going to survive even longer than they had done before. Velodus is going to be able to heal people off of more health, and they are pushing into the base, looking to take this tower. I mean, is there still another fight in Esports Team 20? They're trying so hard, but their composition is beginning to do less and less.
The soul is not the Baron. In terms of sieging, the comp is good from Red Dragons, but the tower will stand. Talking about the Baron is going to be up in about 45 seconds. The package was used, I believe it was probably about to time out, and Mechanics, you can see him really teasing Red Dragons going up, seeing where he can maybe look for an angle.
It's just a CC issue right now for Esports Team 20. Other than the Volibear going flying into the backline, there's not a lot of hard CC that you can actually lay down and stop people who are running away. And because of that, Mechanics is unable to get in, actually stun up people, stop them in their tracks. It is unfortunate for them as a composition right now. They've not drafted themselves enough hard CC. They're pretty good at running away, not so good at running forwards.
Yeah, that actually is a very fair point. Every single fight, it feels like Gabush goes in, the rest of the team can't follow, either because Red Dragons are out or because Gabush had to go so far in that, well, it's just simply too far away. Emil, 3.5 items. I mean, this Fiora is massive. So far, unable really to find too much on the side lane. I'm hoping now with this setup, he will be able to threaten the inhibitor tower.
You have to if you're Emil. You've had so many resources put onto you. You are so strong. Easily the strongest member of your entire team. You have to be able to find the pressure, find the towers, and stop it from being a straight 5v5 or straight 4v4. Unfortunately for Emil, they've been forced to come in and actually team fight a lot. And, you know, the Fiora does not love team fights. Can do it, does not want to, however. So for the minute, they're going to get some good pressure down onto the bottom lane. And as it stands, everybody sort of sat back staring at each other. The Baron is up. We have 4 minutes until Elder. If either of these teams get Elder, it could spell disaster. Nobody wants to concede that, so everybody's playing it a little bit safe for the minute.
Emil going potentially for a flank. This is a good angle. It's not going to be spotted until he gets into the middle lane. Red Dragons, are you gonna see it coming? There comes the engage, and Emil dives into the back line. Here comes Crumple as well. We have a full-on 5-on-5 in the middle lane, but it's 20. Their engage has run out. Emil gets pulled back in the middle of everything. He is shut down. Keep your eyes on Mechanics. He has to be the carry, and the damage is coming through the double kill. Mechanic, you are a monster. Picks up that triple kill. Looking for Nemi as well, and this is the team fight that Team 20 drafted for.
Oh, Mechanics with an absolutely insane little play. You don't expect the Fiora to be the flanker, but in the end, it's what is needed for. Finally, the fight for Mechanics comes through. Gets themselves a quadra kill. If it wasn't for Kaboosh, it would have been a pentakill, and they should be able to end the game. There are 20-second death timers. They have enough tanky stats and enough minions, and it was looking in the favor of Red Dragon, but no. Esports Team 20 find their fight and find the game.
Mechanics, you did the thing. You drafted for this area with Karma, with Zillion, and I was worried there for a moment. But it paid off. Team 20 will take the win over Red Dragons.
Boy, and if you're Red Dragons, that is twice in a row that they have had a big, fat, commanding lead over Esports Team 20, and they have had it turned on their heads in an instant. We've seen 2 games today where leads have been gone just in a second, one overstep. It was a lovely flank coming out of Emil. You don't expect it out of the Fiora. Out of, top laners that you expect flanks from, maybe a Malphite, perhaps? Not necessarily, the Fiora, but ended up being in the backline, caught all of Red Dragon on the back foot. They ended up trying to stumble backwards, and it's Zeri able to chase forwards while being sped up by both a Karma and a Zillion. It was a composition that we've seen multiple times today that hasn't always worked. We have one carry, they want to be our carry, and in the end, it comes out winning.
Yeah, I mean, this time around, the lead was held initially by Team 20, then Red Dragons got it, then it went back in the way of Team 20. In terms of the MVP, I mean, the writing was on the wall since draft. I will have to go with the Mechanics. I know Emil popped off great on the Fiora, but it just wasn't the variable that won the game at the end of the day.
No, the flank could have happened on really any champion by almost any player. I mean, it was lovely out of Emil, no taking away from them, but it was Mechanics playing absolutely out of their mind. We'll see a lot of that in the replays as well, but to begin with, we will see Red Dragon, how, strong they were during the early stages of the game, and how they ended up losing it in a second. You can see the early gank coming out of Kaboosh, flies forwards, does end up dealing a ton of damage, will pick themselves up that kill, and this was the beginning of a nice start for Esports Team 20.
Yeah, Esports Team 20 got off to a great early game lead. I think 2,500 was what they roughly were sitting around, and this fight where Kaboosh just survives on so many thin margins, this is the point where, you're looking at it and you're thinking, right, this is a great start, let's see if they can close it out.
Indeed, and then things begin to slip out of this early fight. It's beautiful, it's lovely. They've picked themselves up a nice early lead. Then I think it went to Kaboosh's head because they went way too far forwards multiple times. You can see flying forwards, trying very hard to get in onto things, but then the package goes through, splits everybody up, QTKT goes down. You've got Crumple into the backline taking out kids, and this is just absolute destruction. This was the turning point where Red Dragons were suddenly in the lead, and until they ended up losing the game 20 minutes later, they really didn't actually fall behind after this. Every single time you can see there's a Drake setup. It's nice out of Esports Team 20. In the end, though, they end up losing out on the Drake. It goes down to the package in the end, and then it's just nice fight after nice fight for Red Dragon.
Yeah, Soren and Nemi setting up the engages time and time again, as we saw, and it almost worked, but unfortunately, there is just this one angle. Keep your eyes on Mechanics, kiting down towards the bot side, and it looks doomed, right? But no, the triple stun bomb. That's what set it up. It makes sense, and Mechanics just punishes immediately.
Yeah, is instantly turning. The only issue I see with this team fight for Esports Team 20 is that Kaboosh ended up nicking a kill, so we couldn't have had a fun little penta. Mechanics definitely deserved one off of their performance. I'm giving them my not surprising at all MVP. It was beautiful out of Mechanics, and we're going to see this team again in Game 5. As it stands, though, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back for Game 4.
Welcome back after the break, everyone, to UEM, brought to you by Twitch and Intel, and of course me and the Black Boxer. We're here to cast the next game, which is going to be the Polish squad AZS taking on the Batchashir Esports Red Dragons, who came off a pretty tough loss. And if I did my maths correctly, losing here, I believe, knocks them out of top 2.
Yeah, it really is do or die for the Red Dragons against the AZS roster, who's actually doing very well for themselves, won their last game, are fighting for those top spots. Red Dragons, yeah, it's do or die. We've seen them before, so we'll quickly have a look through their roster before we, jump on to having a little bit of a longer look at the Polish roster. The Polish roster first around. That is all good. This roster we have not seen before today, but we did see them last week. They have been playing incredibly well. I mean, they play mainly around Crazy in the jungle, likes to play the AP.
That is very true. Life in the bot lane also has some interesting picks to pull out here, but I feel like the general feel that I got from this team is they are a very well-rounded one where they can play almost anything. Magister tends to deviate towards the control mages, so with the current tournament meta that we're seeing, honestly might just be going on the Zillion.
Yeah, quite possibly. Might just have to sit back and, play that supportive role. I mean, it is what we've been seeing mainly, and it's been what's working quite strong. Life and Tomage are very good in the bottom lane, so having a little bit more support from the mid could be good. We'll take a quick look at the Red Dragon roster as well. We did just see them in the game before. Nothing has changed. Crumple, Soren, Nemia, Moshi, and Melodus. We saw some pretty good play out of the bot lane. And they fought back very well, but they have ended up losing. They are good at getting themselves early leads, pretty bad at closing out. We have the draft ready pretty soon, so we'll jump on into game as soon as we can. I'm looking at this Turkish squad to be able to close out. They're good enough to pick themselves up early leads, just can they do anything with it?
Yeah, and even, the last game against the Esports Team 20, they didn't get ahead straight off, right? It took them about 15 minutes before they actually found the lead. So they have shown they can come back from early deficits, but again, this closing out, that's the aspect that they have fallen 3 times on stream already. In fact, every single game we have streamed, they seem to not know how to close out a lead, which is unfortunate. But this time, as we mentioned, it's kind of do or die. You lose here, I am almost sure they're eliminated. Hopefully production will confirm or deny that at some point. But we're into the draft. AGH on the blue side with Red Dragons on the red side.
Red side they were on last game as well, so they know this side pretty well. And they found themselves some pretty decent leads during the mid game. The early game was not ideal for them. Already we're going to see some more bans. The LeBlanc was taken off of Nabia last game, going to be taken off of them again. The Karthus going to be taken away from Crazy. We said that they like the AP in the jungle. Removing that is, it's a good idea. Having AP in the jungle really unlocks the rest of the map, and you don't want to have to deal with that, especially not at this point in the tournament.
I think Vigar and Karthus are also bans against Life. Because,
yes.
Yep. He likes to play those mages in the bot lane, so Red Dragon's unwilling to find out, shall we say, with the Jinx being the last ban, and Senna coming through.
Senna coming off of the board, as you said, Life likes to play the AP and can be paired with the Senna sometimes as well. I was not expecting that in this game, considering the fact that Moji and Melodus do have the ability to get themselves early leads. The Lee going to be the first pickup. We've not seen it yet today. Been going through a lot of bans. And in response, gonna get themselves that Hecarim. Hecarim has been picked up in every single game it hasn't been banned in. So very strong, always able to find you those fights, early game leads, can survive for forever. Is pretty much always the R1 pickup at this point.
Yeah, Hecarim and Yuumi, however, I personally think that combo has worked out quite well. It was, well, a pop-off from mechanics in the last game that has stopped it, and yeah, if Red Dragons feel like it wasn't the comp, it was the execution that faltered, then sure, let's run it back.
I mean, if you think that, that is absolutely fine. I mean, I'm expecting the Zeri to be picked up for the Polish squad right now. They can't not really. Leaving the Zeri Yuumi up unavailable just puts you in a horrible position. And if you are, Red Dragon, you just got beaten by the Zeri. You probably do not want to have it picked up against you. Let's see what they end up taking. The Nautilus is the first pick, so they're still debating if they're going to go with an AD carry here. Nautilus Zeri does work. It's not the ideal pickup for them, though. They might end up letting this go through.
I mean, maybe they are trying to see, right, Motion, do you want to pick the Zeri? Is it a champion that you want to go for? Or, well, we'll see what is really the pick here. We can only speculate. I would expect maybe at least some of an ADC. If not Zeri, then unsure how to feel about this one.
Oh boy, we have not seen Samira in a while. If you get any tank, Samira has such a horrible time trying to burst through them. Needs high CC champions around it. It's going to be the exact same first 3 pickups for Red Dragon. They are deciding to just run it back. Clearly think it was execution and playing against a Zillion. So they're going to take that one off of the board. They also don't have to worry about the Zeri. The fact that that's gone through is incredibly strange. I mean, if I am the bot lane of Red Dragon, I'm pretty happy here. I have enough push onto the Samira to make their life miserable.
That being said, not too much crowd control in the 2v2 bot lane from Red Dragons. In fact, basically 0 until Yuumi hits level 6. That can interrupt the Samira. So that is my only problem, is that when you are fighting 2v2, you really need Soren down there with you. Otherwise, Life will be able to get his Inferno trigger off, and yeah, we all know what Samira does then.
Indeed, once the Samira is able to actually get that S rank, pop that ultimate, going to be able to shred through people whether or not you have a Yuumi on your back. We have still got top laners completely free and open, as well as mid laners. It'll be interesting to see who the counter pick is going to be saved for on the side of Red Dragon. We would usually expect it to be the top laner, but actually, Namiya had a very nice game last time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost actually carrying on that core key there, but didn't quite work out. The packages were beautiful. Let's see if AGH want to throw a ban towards them, if they will focus one of their second half of bans towards Crumple in the top lane. They get rid of the Silas, which is fair enough. We've got the Depth Charge, Inferno Trigger, and the Kick. Yeah, they're all decent to good ultimates.
Yeah, you do not really want to be giving those over. The Depth Charge especially can really change up the course of a fight. It's why it's such an impactful ultimate on the Nautilus anyway. So, is it going to be the top lane or the mid lane getting picked up now? The counter pick is more interesting, I think, in top lane. Mid laners, we're not seeing a lot of, solo kills. Instead, Ornn getting picked up, and this finishes, this stops the problem that Red Dragon had last time, where their engage just wasn't always landing.
Yeah, I mean, if this time your engage isn't landing, you've got bigger problems than that. But in terms of the draft, they've done absolutely everything in their will, and we have seen their team fights. They've been good. Crumple put not on a split pusher this time, but on a frontline tank with engage. I like it. AGH without Gragas, however, would be looking to match that tank in the top lane.
Indeed, again, more CC, more knockups for the Samira to be able to be impactful. Now we're going to have to see who the mid laner is, and that's going to be counter pick for Namiya. We've seen that Namiya can play incredibly well, likes to play champions that don't necessarily, have all of their power into the lane, likes to roam around more with whatever they get. So what are they going to have to play into?
That is the question. Come on, guys, look something in. Syndra, pretty good blind pick, actually has seen 0 priority so far today in this streamed game, so yeah, there we go.
Oh no. Oh, we've seen this mid lane before.
We've seen this so many times. It's the, I guess, worst in lane, better in teamfights pick for Nemi, and Magister is going to be on that Syndra, which has a high potential to snowball.
Indeed, the Syndra has the ability to just blow up anybody, even through Yuumi heals, and so that could be very strong. I do like Namiya onto this.
Please swap.
To this.
Please swap. Don't do this. I don't like it. And also, okay, there we go. AGH did stop their shenanigans. Right, let's wait until the timer runs down. Thank you.
There we go. They were really baiting us there. I was like, I mean, you could do it. I hope you don't do it, but you could do it. In the end, they do not do it. It is going to be Moshi and Melodus on the expected champions. Namiya is going to be onto this Orianna, and I like it. Namiya is fantastic on champions with those big engage abilities. We saw it with the Corki package in the last game. This time around, with that shockwave, if you could catch out members, everybody's pretty easy to take down on the side of AGH. I mean, other than the Nautilus, but I mean, the Nautilus is not your big priority.
Yeah, and considering how Red Dragons clawed their way back from their lead of Team 20, which was through fights, which was through coordinated engages, especially around the Dragon, they did everything they can with their comp. Ornn, Hecarim, Orianna, Lucian, maybe, you know, the odd one out, and Yuumi. This comp is built for fighting.
It really is, has a lot of engage potential, and that's something that we've not been seeing out of a lot of teams today. So many teams with tons of damage and not a lot of engage, or teams with a bit of damage, a lot of support, and still no engage. Whereas finally, Red Dragon have drafted themselves enough engage that they should be okay. They just have to be careful that they don't end up leaping too far forwards. I mean, we saw it in the last game out of Gaboosh going way too far. Now we're going to get into game. We are going to reiterate the stakes one more time. If Red Dragon lose this game, they are effectively out of contention for those top 2 spots. Whereas, if you're looking at AGH, they are still contesting for that top spot.
And the penultimate, round for this group, the stakes are massive. And big difference as well, AGH, they've got a comp which has the similar elements, right? Good engage, solid damage profile. But the key difference, I think, is in Crazy and Live, they have much more early game-oriented champions.
They do. They have the ability to actually push themselves forwards and, you know, try to get themselves their individual leads. Should be interesting to see where everybody decides to start. For the minute, it looks like Soren going to start up on the top lane. Whereas Crazy, down in the bottom side, this could be a split map. We've actually seen most junglers start on the opposite side. And, oh, Moshi might be bringing poor Melodis down into a trap.
Just see, right now warding the lane, which is delayed invade coming in from the bot lane of AGH. They're gonna just camp on this blue buff. They do get spotted out, so Red Dragons have full knowledge of this going on.
They know that it's happening, but they cannot stop it. Will Soren decide to go down onto the blue buff? It has been warded up by Alchemic, and so they do have the ability to try to 3-buff. And I mean, this is what you want. You want to be pushed in really by the Lucian Yuumi, so that you can have a little bit of support via your jungler in order to get those ganks. I mean, if you push too far forwards, you're not going to get it. And really being under tower is the safest place to be versus a high damage bot lane of Lucian Yuumi.
So far, clearing is going to be, well, going as normal, with the one exception of it being a vertical jungling setup. And Soren, forced to full clear his top side, is actually getting pretty low on this clear. Not entirely sure why.
Lower than you really expect. For the minute, though, got a little bit of trading in the top lane. Ornn does way more damage than anybody really expects. Probably shouldn't be able to do this much damage. Can easily poke out a Gragas, though.
Oh, no, that's
the
just
Gragas is not loving, you know, it's not trying to actually, you know, win this 1v1. They want to be impactful during the team fights, exactly as Crumple wants to be as well.
Now, Soren is going to be swinging by the top lane, but Alchemy getting pushed in. No real avenue to gank. Junglers will just continue clearing both ways. And bit of trading in mid lane, but I guess an immediate consequence of vertical jungling is that the bot lane of AGH feels very free. Oh god, wait.
Oh no.
This is bad for Soren.
This is abysmal for Soren. They're not actually going to manage to get themselves any more of the camps out of AGH, and this means that they're gonna have to just take the scuttle as sort of a consolation prize, and they're gonna be quite far behind in this jungle. Gonna come in, try to contest.
Yeah, just gonna scout out Crazy, but okay, so the bot lane solo laners of Red Dragons have priority. I should expect Soren to be able to take this blue buff. All things considered, like, yes, we said it was bad because we thought maybe there's an immediate collapse coming in from the side of AGH, but he should be able to take this objective. Now, though, the answer is, what do AGH get in return? There's the engage coming down to Nem. He's going to try and flash away the rest of the extract. Connects. There's the flash. Body stop for Alchemic for the first blood. And Soren does take the blue buff now, trying to find Crazy flashes away on sub 100 health. Alchemic taking so much damage in the front side, and Soren takes Crazy. That's the second kill going the way of Red Dragons, and it all falls apart for AGH. They will lose 2 in the jungle, and Soren 1-0-1 emerging victorious.
Soren actually coming out of this on top as, oh no, Crumple absolutely playing the assassin role, is now 2-0-1, and that is a massively far ahead Ornn. The Ornn has more CS than their opponents, more kills than their opponents, is just going to base and probably TP back to lane. I mean, yep, there we go. The TP is going to come through. This Ornn is so far ahead at this point, and having a far ahead Ornn's going to be impactful no matter what, but being far ahead means that they're going to be laying down more damage than anybody really expects out of them. And the more levels you get on, the closer you are to those ornaments, and that's the point at which things are going to get out of hand for AGH.
Sorry, again, or not necessarily the most orthodox of strategies, but Crumple will be able to be a significant tank here. As you said, ahead in levels. I think the ornaments is definitely what I am looking for. That being said, with all the early priority Crazy was able to get for Life and Tomage, you can see the CS advantage in the bot lane really being blown out of proportion.
You can see the way that they are just able to bully out the opposition. I mean, it makes sense when you have that Nautilus. You don't want to step too far forwards. Getting hit by a hook could destroy you. Yuumi does not do a lot during the early stages of the game. Doesn't heal for much, doesn't deal much. The shield is really the only nice point, but as soon as you step off, you can get stunned up by that passive out of the Nautilus. And so really, you don't want to step too far forwards. Jungle is fighting.
Yeah, it does look like both of them will be coming down into the bot lane. Life flashing away, Ignite's being traded, a lot of Summoners being thrown all the ways around, and no one's gonna die.
Nobody's going to end up going down. Now Melodious has absolutely no summoner spells. That's also the heal out of Moshi. On the other side, no summoner spells on Life. So everybody down in this bottom lane is vulnerable to repeat ganks. And you can see that because both the junglers still hovering around. Soren, though, waiting in this bush. There is a possibility of a dive. It would be risky.
The wave is being cut short right now. I'm not sure how to feel about this, but both Tomage and Life below half health and without any summoners. But Red Dragons bide their time.
Yeah, just gonna sit back. We have the Infernal Drake up and available. Both of these teams are gonna want this. Could be impactful. Ooh, it looks like Sora's gonna have to run from Magister.
Yeah, but there is the hook connects onto Moshi. Moshi is going to just dash. Oh, hey, Life is still staying alive. Meliodas caught out by the stun, and that's Life picking up the kill. Tomage, you have to believe, is fishing for that dredge line. Never mind, here comes Crazy. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, easy kill there. And AGH equalized the kill score.
You can see how the blown summoner spells really left everybody on the Red Dragon bot lane out to dry. They're going to be able to convert this as well into a Drake. And so this is a nice start for AGH. We saw this in the last game though. Red Dragon did not win out in the early game. Found themselves some fights in the mid game. So it's not all done and dusted for Red Dragon. They have the ability to get back into this. The thing is, their composition scales better than the AGH composition. AGH does perfectly well in the late game, but I'm going to take the members with ornaments over the members without them, really, almost every single time. And so, if you are AGH, you need to get yourself ahead. You want to be in a commanding position before those ornaments start to come out. They're worth thousands of gold each, and so you do not want to be behind when they begin to appear in the inventories.
It's true, and Crazy is the one I'm going to be watching, well, together with the bot lane, because Life is 1-0-1. Samira is ahead. That is exactly what we want to see from the pick whenever it is being locked in for anyone. And Crazy, of course, on the Lee Sin so far. Decent impact. Soren in that, of course, early skirmish, put him slightly behind, but the jungler of AGH staying relevant.
We can see lane swap coming out of the AGH bot lane because they want this Herald, and I like this play, rotating more members up towards Herald. If you've got a Gragas in the bot lane, although he's going to take a lot of poke, he should be pretty safe here, shouldn't be able to go down to a dive. We'll see if that does end up being the case, but they're able to have more members at this Herald, be able to take it for themselves and convert it into turret plates. The only thing is, how many are they going to lose in the bottom lane, because the Herald is only worth 2 turret plates, so if you end up losing that amount, it's not a good spot for you.
Yeah, you're already basically trading behind. Well, there's the potential, of course, to break even further ahead, but that requires special setup in the lanes. Life and Tomage still staying towards the top side of the map. I mean, the dragon is in 3 minutes. There's nothing to play for in the bot side, so I guess I don't really hate it. And you can see Crazy and Magister. They're going to go for a loop around. Beautiful deny there on the Horn means Crumple. Will need to give up the turret. However, Alchemic burns the flash. There's the onslaught of shadows that finds the fear backwards, and Alchemic falls down to Moshi.
That was a lovely little play out of the bottom side. Gonna manage to pick themselves up a kill onto Alchemic. And it means that they are putting themselves in a much nicer spot. Magister fighting quite hard onto Nemir, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, the shockwave, whenever used for trading, is a very powerful tool. Catches people off guard, definitely in lower heals, but seems like Magister also maybe they're underestimating its damage output.
this Herald gonna get a second charge, and they are just pushing through this top lane, getting themselves a ton of CS and gold and pressure onto the map. Might be able to actually take out this tier 2 tower already at 9 minutes into the game.
And now an immediate kick into the knockup as well. Crumple will be able to come up with the turret, but there comes the Infernal Trigger. Shutdown found by Crazy. This is a huge tempo play by AGH in this top lane.
And only just are Melodus and Moshi being able to pick themselves up a bot lane tower. In the end, they've decided to proxy rather than even take it. And so they are down multiple turrets just in the top lane pressure at this point. And AGH are not letting off of the gas now that they've found it, pushing forwards constantly. And although Alchemic is not having a fun time by themselves, they've done a decent job of absorbing pressure.
Yeah, and the Herald just really being the factor that swung the trade the favor of AGH, because you've got now Samira sitting on that shield bow, you've got Crazy on the gold drinker. So the Mythics have been picked up for the two instrumental early game carries of AGH. The gold lead isn't huge though. They still need to find, well, preferably some dragons, more objective fights, and really solidify their lead.
At the minute, they are ahead, but they are not massively ahead. They have the ability to keep fighting. But as we've said before, you know, Red Dragon have the ability to get back into this game simply because they have the ornaments on the way. They scale better than their opponents. And so AGH have got to keep pressing, have got to keep finding things. They cannot pull a Red Dragon in that they allow their lead to stall. But the minute, though, they are, you know, just sat back, just farming, they will begin to set up plays, possibly towards the bottom side, as you can see both the mid laner and the jungler hovering in the river.
Yeah, but it's going to be just the Scuttle going the way of Crazy, and the game kind of slowed down for a bit, perhaps unsurprisingly, after the Herald has been used. Well, the laners are going back, and there are no massive, game-swinging leads. I say that, I mean, Alchemic is behind, but you are playing a Gragas, and Crumple is playing a Nord. There isn't perhaps going to be too hard of a punish.
No, indeed. It's the way it should really be going, as Crazy going onto Namir, going to jump over the wall.
Does manage to find the Q as well, but it's called out by Soren, and overextending their shutdown going the way of Nemi. Not great for AGH.
No, not great at all, considering they can continue finding this fight.
Life is getting very low. We'll have to flash away the shield bow being procced already. In the meantime, Crumple solo kills Magister, and Tomage going to get cut down by Moshi. Life under the turret taken down for the double. And Red Dragons now with a 1,000 gold lead and 3 kills on their AD carry.
3 kills on the ADC and another kill going down onto Crazy, who's just gone way too far forwards. And it's overall just a horrible little play out of AGH. Red Dragon managing to find themselves fights, and the only real, good bit out of this is here. They're going to pick themselves up a Drake. They have now evened up the Drake score, and so there's no actual Drake stacking that's going to be able to happen for the Polish squad. But, multiple kills going on to the Lucian. The Lucian is going to now be accelerated ahead, actually going to be able to go back, spend that gold, fully built Kraken now, as well as some defensive boots.
I don't hate it. I mean, Crazy and Life are the two most fed members of the AGH squad, so honestly, sure, why not? Attack speed not necessarily crucial for Lucian.
No, not the most important thing. I never love defensive boots on Tom.
Yeah, question mark is where I leave it at.
Okay, let's move on. Everybody is well aware that that was a dumb play. Tomage himself is well aware that that was a dumb play, should not have been there. As it stands, nothing much is being picked up for that play. Still, there's a push going down by Life into the bottom lane, and you can see more trading up in the top lane.
Alchemic doesn't win those in the long term. It's gonna take Crumple a while to cut through his health bar, but Alchemic knows it's a losing fight. We'll just back off towards the tower, and we'll leave it at that. Tank fights, everyone. They're fun. They're glorious. It's just minutes of uninterrupting brawl.
Yeah, nobody ends up having to go down in the end because everybody has way too much health and way too little damage. But it is fun to watch the Wet Noodle fight. Magister.
Great sidestep there onto Soren. He's going to go deep under the tower. He might have to be careful since Magister still has that unleashed power. Soren going through both of the turrets will loop around and be taken down by Magister, and does the second kill. Shutdown being picked up by Crazy. The stun though as well. Double kill for the Lee Sin as Meliodas. Going to get caught out in the mid lane. AGH suddenly coming out with 3 kills out of nowhere.
This is an insanely close game right now. Still, the lead is only 1k now in the favor of Red Dragon. Previously, it was 1k in the favor of AGH. It is back and forth the whole way through. Everybody just stepping a bit too far forwards. We saw it out of Kabush in the last game. We're seeing it again out of Soren in this game, just leaping way too far forwards and leaving the team exposed when they try to chase on to follow up. Crazy gonna pick up this mid lane tower as well, and it is just constant battles all the way through, and now the gold is dead even.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Red Dragons didn't have a huge lead. I think 1,000 was the most it was at, so still relatively minor swings. We are 15 minutes in, and I think the evenness of this game, is not even a word, anyways, is something to consider, because you look down the lanes, and really, I only see a big lead for Crazy in the jungle, and, well, I guess top lane Crumple has got a lot of components.
Yeah, you can see the way that there are a few places where there are leads on each team. As you said, you've got Crumple and Crazy being far ahead. But other than that, everything is very even. This is an incredibly close game as Alchemic diving in.
He's going to unfortunately swing and miss. That's Moshi picking up the kill, and Tomac getting knocked up with Call of the Forge God will be forced to flash away. And Crazy on the side, not gonna find a way into the fray.
Gonna have to turn tail and run.
I think he's getting run down. Correct, he is. Soren, however, getting overextended, and Life will be able to find this kill, but now getting locked up by 3 members of Red Dragons, with Moshi being the one to claim the kill credit. 6-2-0 on this Lucian, starting to get very dangerous. Crazy gonna go hop into the pit behind the enemy lines.
To get away.
Very true. Magister now needs to be careful. Moshi is going to leap, and that is so much damage! Unleashed power from Magister, though, dissuades any further engage.
That is the combo that we really wanted to see in the last game out of this Lucian Yuumi. The ability to leap forwards with all of that speed up and deal all of the damage, finally coming to fruition one game later. And we can see the way that overall Red Dragon are beginning to win out on this game, having more and more pressure. Moshi caught out though.
Yet, unfortunately, you get ahead. It comes back down. Seems to be the story of this game. 1,000 or less than that is the lead for Red Dragons right now, and also shutdown, I believe, going the way of Crazy. So I'm still unwilling to call this lead. I'm still unwilling to call this a significant lead for Red Dragons.
No, it certainly is not, and it still has the ability to swing very fast. I think if they were able to never over-push and actually just sit back and take what's given to them, they might be okay, but unfortunately they do just keep pushing forwards that little bit further, and the pick potential out of the AGH lineup is insane. They have the ability to jump onto people from quite far away with Crazy and then blow them up through Magister and Life. In these big 5v5s, however, I think that there is more CC and more, just damage that can be laid down out of the Red Dragon lineup.
Yeah, they certainly can, as the dragon is going to be spawning and teleport is being channeled by Magister. It's in full vision. Look at all those red wards in the jungle of AGH, and they're gonna retaliate by doing deep wards in the jungle of... Sure, both teams have deep vision. There we go.
Everybody sees everybody. Who cares? Let's go.
Mid lane push is going to go the way of Red Dragons. Tomac and Crazy are going to look to find some picks, maybe. If you can get that before the dragon fight, that is going to be good. But I feel like there's also some fighting down near to the dragon. That was the explosive cast. Dropped down by Alchemic. The calling going over onto Crazy. Alchemic getting caught by Crumple and by Sora. If we can switch over to Lucian, that is Crazy going down. Lee Sin, no more. Magister is still alive, and he's going to try and find Nemi. Here comes the Auto Shadows into the backside. Double kill going to be picked up by Moshi. And this Red Dragons with a members advantage in this fight. Magister still big, but no flash, no ult. How much can the Syndra really do? Alchemist sure as hell can do a lot. Will be attempting to run away and cut down by Sora.
You can see that every single time Crumple tries to call the Forge God, it is absorbed by Life's W. That is nice. However, it doesn't really matter in the end. It is still going to be the Drake pickup for Red Dragon. They're able to pick themselves up multiple kills as well, and it was just a horrible spot for AGH. They were caught between the two tanky flanking members beneath them and all the squishies above them. They tried to run forwards and turn onto the squishies. In the end, though, they are only able to pick themselves up one kill before everything begins to go wrong. As I said, they're going to lose this Drake, and now you can see Ocean Drake stacking again.
Yeah, that's gonna go the way of Red Dragons with a Yuumi on their team. And an Ornn, let's be honest. I don't think it's going to be nice, because the tanky champions are just going to be that much more unkillable. And the damage potential from AGH doesn't scale that well. I mean, Samira needs to get really close and personal. Crazy's damage is going to become obsolete, and Magister, well, yeah, he's gonna scale, but that's just one champion.
Yeah, indeed. There's only one real champion, and we've seen that a lot throughout most of the games today, where you have one true carry. If your true carry is able to find those plays, fantastic. However, the the Syndra is less than the Zeri was in that it's more single target, not able to cut through everybody in a team, able to blow one person up. And I mean, who do you choose to blow up on the side of Red Dragon? Is it Namia? Well, then Moshi's going to kill you. And is it Moshi? Well, then Namia's going to kill you. There is enough flexibility on the Red Dragon side that they should be okay.
Yes, now AGH gonna look for an engage, and that's Scrumple denying the dredge line. Look at the calling damage. Tomei just brought down to less than a half of his health total. And the attempts have been thwarted. AGH will need to back, gained nothing. The lead keeps stacking against them.
And that was a good engaged, opportunity. Oh boy, Alchemic here.
Yeah, eventually caught out. It does get knocked up by Call of the Forge God. Here comes the ultimate out of Soren, and that's Alchemic caught out hopelessly by 4 members of Red Dragons. And
Kings onto the Baron.
yeah. I mean, why not? Okay, teleport being committed, maybe. Yeah, a lot thrown in. They really want to get this one. AGH, this is their opportunity to turn this fight around, but how do they even approach it? The gold lead isn't massive. We still have Crazy alive. He's got the king, and Tomei going to get caught out. Well, that is going to certainly help. Life and Magister, both still alive, but in full vision. Life attempting to get close to the pit. That is a big stun coming out of Magister. Meliodas is going to be caught out. The shockwave down onto Crazy, and Elysian will have to flash away. Soren going deep into the members of AGH. Crazy will go down. Live has got the S-rank teleport. That is being channeled by Alchemic and Red Dragons in disengage. AGH, do they keep going? If so, for how long? Alchemic, he's got the flag. I don't think you know he is spotted right now. He's on this ward, and there is the engage. Down onto life. They want to blow up the Samira, but the shield blow is going to be get popped. That is the shutdown. Crapple going into the backside. Alchemic on the front line will get taken out by Moshi, who goes on a killing spree. AGH, they have interpreted the Baron. Can they get out alive though? Because Magister is getting run down by Moshi. Is going to dash forward with the Yumi movement speed. Gets the double kill, and the calling goes maybe a bit in the wrong direction, but the exhaust finds its mark, and that is the delayed ace for Red Dragons.
That was an absolute bloodbath in the end. Red Dragons coming out on top of what was an optimistic play for the Dragon. In the end, for the Baron, sorry, in the end, it's going to be Red Dragons massively far ahead. Now they're going to get themselves to a 4k gold lead. Finally, things are beginning to swing more in one direction, and you can see how much damage Moshi is doing with Meliodas on his back.
Third item now as well, Infinity Edge sitting in the inventory of Moshi. This is starting to look more and more dire if you're AGH. They are working towards the death cap on Magister. Life is working towards the 4th item. If that is Infinity Edge or not entirely sure on the most recent Samira builds, but Tomei's gonna go down yet again, and it's just bleeding the small advantages almost. Okay, not gonna go down, but burns the flash and the locket.
That's a lot of the supports, like, engage and keeping themselves alive, potential just gone with that flash. Now, it's still going to have the Hex flash, still can look for the angles, but, it's the small advantages, as you said. It's not always those big, massive fights that go, in the favor of Red Dragon. Sometimes it's the small things, like losing a flash here and there, that leaves people out to dry occasionally. At this point, it is very difficult to get onto Moshi, who's constantly being sped up by the Yumi, has all of the heals available to them, especially when everybody is scared of that ball delivery system that is Sorum and Namia.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen it really swing the fight yet this time around, but it is a potential tool that, well, it's going to make the job even harder. Soren looks for another engage. Here comes Call of the Forge God, and Crazy is called out in the front line. Tomei looking to play Disruption. Does so successfully enough. Down comes the Shockwave onto the 2 tanky members of AGE, so not really the targets you were looking for.
Was a nice try for an engage. They end up going too far, and that is basically every single ultimate now blown for Red Dragon directly as the Drake is spawning, and so they're going to have to kite back onto this. They have priority. Will AGH be able to get themselves into the pit? There's now no blast cone for them to do so.
Over the wall!
Oh.
4 HP. That was way too close.
That was very nearly an insane steal out of Magister. In the end, though, it is going to be another Drake picked up for Red Dragon. They are now one off of the soul. It will be an Ocean Soul for them, keeping them alive even longer, making the Yuumi that much more impactful. And once there's an Ocean Drake on top of Crumple and Sauron, I really don't know if they die.
Yeah, probably not. Is my verdict. I mean, it depends. If AGH do find their fight, if they are able to pick off the key targets of Red Dragons one by one, then I think they can win the fight overall. Because Life and Crazy, they're still not irrelevant. They're just starting to lose out in terms of the scaling curve, I feel like.
Yeah, indeed. And we've just hit level 14 for Crumple. This was the point at which we were looking for. Now the ornaments are going to start to come out. And that's going to make, I mean, who I have to imagine is going to get the first ornament of Moshi that much stronger.
Yeah, Nemi is sitting with that upgrade. Yeah. Crumple going down, however, that is the Owen. Both Magister and Alchemic have got the teleports, and they are going in towards the top lane. Red Dragons, they're gonna match them there. This was a bold play from the side of AGH, and actually, no, it was just Magister. Alchemic did not join him, and that will be Meliodas taking the kill onto the Yuumi. The rest of AGH are here. Alchemic finally has teleported right back up. Crazy will be looking for the key kick. Keep your eyes on the Elise, and now he's going to go in the middle of the fight. The shockwave from Nemi, but it doesn't matter. Oh man, that just feels bad, man. Live gonna run people down with the Inferno trigger.
Oh, it was a lovely shockwave, but unfortunately by that point, Moshi was already down. Got taken out coming directly out of the Zhonya's and... Oh, out of the stopwatch, sorry. And that just feels so bad, as you said, when you hit that perfect shockwave and there's absolutely no follow-up. Moshi just went way too far forwards after a bad TP out of Magister. In the end, no Baron actually goes down, despite everybody fighting around it.
Red Dragons, they've got a lead. They could threaten the Baron. Crumple gets cut out on the side lane, then the fight happens in the top lane, they don't capitalize on it. Yes, they get kills, but at this point of the game, I feel like Red Dragons need to be looking for more than just some kills. And talking about that, Nemi gonna get caught out in the mid lane. Life will be looking for the damage, and Crazy comes in, swooping, picks up the gold. And now Crumple caught out yet again. Is this a Red Dragon's curse? Because yet again, their lead is bleeding.
As you said, every single time this team seems to get a lead on stream, they end up losing out on it. Now, all of a sudden, AGH are onto the Baron. They are well aware this is happening, the side of Red Dragon. Do they have any response? They don't have the top or their mid lane. They do certainly have enough damage out of Moshi and a smite to contest. Will Soren get in the pit?
Got the ultimate to do so. There is the Yuumi ult coming in. Soren goes through the front door instead. Alchemic is dead already. However, so is Moshi, and that is the damage dead. Welcome online. Picks up the triple with the Aida. Samira starts dealing damage, and Ace Baron going the way of AGH.
A beautiful fight out of AGH again. Moshi does so much damage, but keeps stepping way too far forwards. Without that tanky frontline and the safety of the shockwave, they cannot step forwards. End up being in a horrible spot. Crazy is just hanging around in the jungle. Should be able to get away with the empowered recall. Gonna get chased about by Crumple.
Let's see, actually. Oh, yeah, Crumple gives up on the chase. Never mind. Crazy gets away. The gold lead has been equaled. And yeah, Life now with that Infinity Age, I feel like that's the last relevant spike Samira gets in the game. From that, he's huge right now.
Really is just so strong. Will be able to rip through people. It feels bad as a Samira trying to take out tanks, but it doesn't really matter about these tanks when you could just murder down Moshi, Nemia, and hopefully Meliodas as well. Red Dragon, once again, we're in a nice spot and have begun to throw. They are still even. We are at 30 minutes into this game pretty much, and it is still just a 1k gold lead in favor of AGH. I would like to see the gold graph at the end of this game, see how far it's gone one way to the other, because at this point, I think it's swung about 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest lead was maybe 4,000 at some point for Red Dragons before that fight. That is the most I recall looking up at the top of the screen. And Crumple is going to get engaged. Of course, not the target you want. So I'm gonna go in with the Onslaught of Shadows. The engage is nice, but is it nice enough? Life, he goes into the middle. The fight gets knocked up and destroyed. Shut down by Moshi, still staying alive, still healing up. Crumple is buying so much time on the front line. And this is AGH biting off more than they could chew with Life and Crazy Dead. It's all on Magister to provide the damage. And yeah, he's got the death cap. And that's why you see Red Dragons playing so respectfully. But they have the numbers advantage. The Dragon is going to be up. So it goes in yet again for an engage. Going to get hooked with the Dredgeline, but he is plenty tanky. Oh, hold on, that's a big move. Connect on the oh, she crumple knocks everyone up though. He stops the re-engage dead in its tracks with a double kill picked up by Soren. This should be the Ocean Soul.
This is going to be Ocean Soul over to Red Dragon. It looks bad for them, but they're able to keep going because Life dove way too far forwards and was not able to capitalize on it. Moshi survived on a full 2 HP, ends up being healed back up by the Yuumi. You can see the power out of this champion. It's just absolutely insane amounts of healing coming out, and as soon as Moshi doesn't die to the initial engage, they're able to continue to duck and dive through this fight. Soren also able to heal up so much, now has the Ocean Soul on top of them, is gonna not die in any situation.
That's what you'd hope for. If you are Red Dragons, you've got the soul. The lead has swung back. It's like a pendulum, honestly. It just goes back and forth at this point. I don't know if it's worth too much tracking that, but the tempo feels the way of Red Dragons. No neutral objectives for the next 3 minutes, though. So we are going to see a game of split pushing, and let's see who's gonna overextend.
And everybody has sort of been ignoring the sidelines so far, instead choosing to brawl. That's why things have been so close. Nobody's able to capitalize when they actually do get those fights, because none of the waves are pushed enough for them to actually do anything with. So finally actually seeing people down into the bottom lane. Alchemic down there going to begin to push a big wave through, but abandons it. Come on, he's instead going to go mid lane, and it looks like everybody just wants to brawl again, especially Soren.
Yeah, he's gonna look for Magister. That Syndra is dead. Soren on a killing spree, and you can see the Hecarim not even taken less than 2/3. Big kick. However, Life is going to be the target. The Locket is going to come out, and the rest of the team keeps the Simir safe. The Shockwave connecting onto the AD carry of AGH, and that's on the Rampage. GA has been popped, and you have to believe that this should be it. Life trying to make something work on the back line, but will be taken out of the equation, and only Crazy is left alive. He's actually holding the wave, and with those death timers, if Crazy buys enough time, I don't think the game is over. Look at him go. He cleared the entire wave. He's still jumping around. No one can catch him this slow. Finally tags on, and Moshi should be able to dash forward and finish off the kill with an auto attack. You have to believe. Okay, no Krugs. That's the ace, but it's not going to be the game.
No, but is able to buy enough time for his teammates. The only thing is we're going to have, enough of a push down onto the mid lane to try to do something, but no, able to really buy enough time for his team to come back up. It was a nice play out of Crazy to salvage what was a dire situation. And so everything resets finally. People don't look like they're trying to fight. Currently, we see a 4k gold lead in the favor of Red Dragon. They are able to find most of these fights quite effectively. However, Life still does enough damage that it is possible for there to be a turn.
We also see the 4,000 gold lead, but there are 2 ornaments sitting on the side of Red Dragon. So in effect, that goal lead is much bigger. Now, a lot of teleports, a lot of pings going to the top lane. Moshi is going to be the target. Does not get caught out. Alchemic is just dead. Moshi goes on a rampage. Tomage is going to be next. Double kill for the Illusion Magister. He's big, but the healing! He doesn't do a damn thing in this match. The Syndra has been outscaled by the Ocean Soul in the Yuumi. I feel like it's safe to say Life will be able to deal with Crumple for the time being. Magister still running circles around the terrain, but that's Moshi going dominating.
Moshi getting a delayed triple kill. Very nice little play right there. 22 seconds on the Baron. They're able to take all of the jungle camps as well. A blue buff on top of the Lucian. Don't mind if I do if you're Moshi. And now they're going to be able to turn onto this Baron, pick it up, and this should be what they need to crack the base and possibly take the game.
Third ornament on Soren as well. We're almost all the way there. And with a Baron buff, yeah, it's going to be very difficult, because the only long-range wave here is Magister. And I don't believe AP champions have a lot of fun against Baron buffed up minions.
They're going to have a bad time trying to stop this push, especially because they have multiple champions who are very good on the push to come up against. It should be okay for them to sit back under tower. They just cannot step to Moshi right now. Moshi, when Melodus is on his back, is absolutely terrifying. And really, if you're Melodus, you don't need to keep jumping around other people. Certainly will do, keeping heals going. Everybody being healthy is always a good thing. But even if he did just, you know, unplug his mouse, unplug his keyboard, and sit on top of Moshi, at this point there is a ton of damage that's going to come out, helped by the Yuumi. And so everything should be, you know, pretty good for Red Dragons to push this through and win this, but that's what we said last game, and they have thrown things, so will AGH be able to find their way back into this game?
Well, it's definitely going to be a stretch to throw this game if you're Red Dragons, but as long as the Nexus stands, there's still a chance for AGH. The inhibitor in the mid lane is going to be broken open. The calling Alchemic, he is just put straight into the fountain. That is the Onslaught of Shadows, and with 3 kills, I think that's the game. I think that is going to be Sure Esports Red Dragons redeeming themselves on the stream finally. Oh, this game wasn't clean. This game was messy. It was all over the place. But you know what? They got there in the end. They are going to take the next against AGH, and for all we know, this group is still up in the air.
As far as we can tell, everything is still to play for in this group. Absolutely insane game we saw. It was back and forth the whole way through. AGH looked like they were in a dominating position multiple times. Red Dragon looked like they were in a dominating position multiple times. In the end, though, Moshi and Melodus, on the same champions they played in the last game, finally got it to work. Were able to fly forward, moving through the fights with such ease and able to just cut down the opponents.
And in terms of MVP, I think I'm willing to give it to Moshi, honestly. On that Lucian, the callings towards the end in the team fight, able to swiftly move around, find the right targets. That's at least my vote there.
Yeah, indeed. Really able to move through these fights beautifully. I mean, I think everybody played fantastically. I mean, I'm going to be a little bit contrarian right now, and I'm actually going to put a bit of an MVP down onto Crumple. Was just able to move through these fights lovely, always having the knockups, keeping people alive, and was able to win out on the top lane enough that there wasn't a situation where, when the bottom lane started going badly for Red Dragon, there were 3 losing lanes. Instead, was always ahead and always allowed Soren to have somewhere to play through.
I think that's fair. Crumple has had a lot of good team fights, and honestly, if we're looking for an overall performance worthy of a team making that of the group, sure, there is going to be Crumple right there for you. And with that, the head-to-head between those two teams is 1-1 as well. And I'm not 100% sure on what their standings are, but from what it looked like before this game, things are about to go crazy for the 5th round, honestly, because like, I genuinely think all 4 teams might be still in contention. Not entirely sure, but we are going to go into the replays.
Indeed, straight into the replays we have here, and we can see these fights around the Baron Pit, instant amounts of damage. This is right at the start, and just the amount of damage that's being laid down by everybody. In the end, it ends up being Crumple, just dealing that consistent on damage that ends up swinging things. It looks really bad for them, but then is able to pick up the kill and swing that one through, and then you can see the amount of damage that Moshi is taking, still though able to kite back and keep themselves away. Ends up going down eventually to Crazy coming in, and this is where AGH are putting themselves solidly in the lead, gets taken down. Now they're in a nice spot.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the plays that started the whole mid-game fiesta portion of the game, because Soren just goes way too deep. There's 3 kills going the way of AGH, and this is basically the definition of what we watched for, I think, 15 or so minutes after. This is where it really started going the favor of Red Dragons.
Finally, they end up trying to find themselves a fight. Everybody comes diving onto Moshi. This one does end up with Moshi going down. However, it is a lovely shockwave out of Nemia that's going to happen right here. Manages to get onto 4 members. In the end, doesn't even matter that once Life is able to run forwards and deal the damage, it is awful. This is where Moshi and Melodus are able to find their way, getting through, picking up multiple kills. It's a double kill. It ends up being a delayed triple kill right down onto Moshi, and this is the point at which they're so far ahead that any fight has to rely on getting them taken out, and they just didn't die for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and this game, it was an absolute fiesta. It had some great fights, and well, Red Dragons, they actually finally get a win on the stream. This was the 4th game they have been shown, and the first time we see them win, and this is honestly just a formality at this point. We had the question of, okay, are they actually gonna be able to finish off the game? But yeah, no upset today from AGH, and yeah, I believe we are gonna go into the short break before we go into the final round of the day that will decide the Group D. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Welcome back after the break to the Amazon University Esports Masters, powered by Twitch Student and Intel. I'm Catchka, joined by Black Bloxer for the final game of the day. And I mean, talk us through why this is probably the most exciting thing we'll see today.
Alrighty, we have got Esports Team 20 versus AIX Shure, and this matchup is so hype because both of these teams are getting out of this group. They are 1 and 2, but we do not know who is going to be 1 seed, who is going to be 2 seed, because these teams are tied in the standings. Whoever wins this game will be the 1 seed, will be moving on to the playoffs. Whoever is losing this game will still make it out of the groups. Their tournament does not end here, but they will be into the last chance qualifier. It all comes down to this matchup, a best of 1 to see who moves on and is most certainly going to get themselves part of a prize pool, and who doesn't move on and is instead going to have to put themselves through the last chance qualifier in order to make it to the top 8.
Yeah, and also before the break, we were a bit, unsure about the standings. The standings as of now are AIX and Esports Team 20 7 and 2, AGH 6 and 4. They've played all their games for today. They can't make 7 wins. Then Red Dragons are 5 and 4. So even if they win their last game against Stuba, who are 2 and 7, it's not going to matter. So we have those two as our locked top 2. And, well, one of them is going to win. One of them is going to lose, which means no tiebreaker scenario. Someone is just going to be the first seed. And we are going to look through the rosters right now to see who that is. Of course, the Dutch team, we have seen them today. They have looked pretty great. With the one thing, it's not 2Tricks, it's mechanics.
Yes, it is Mechanics down into this AD carry role, not 2Trick. We saw them in the last game they played on stream. They were playing up against Red Dragon. It looked dire for them during the middle game, and it was one fight on the Zeri. It was all that was needed for Mechanics to take over the game. Ended up nearly getting themselves the Penta, instead the Quadra kill, and they win the game off of the back of one lovely play. It was a fantastic engage, though, as well. Coming out of Clonky, we did not talk too much about Clonky, but actually was so incredibly strong during that game, just finding nice little engages left, right, and center. And overall, if we're looking at this Esports Team 20, we're looking at Emil in the top lane and Mechanics down in the bottom lane. Whereas, if we look at the roster for AIX, it is a different story altogether.
It is indeed, and I believe it is the same roster we have seen last week with SJ, Shades, Relative, Triple J, and Jadimi on this team. And, well, we haven't seen them on stream today, but clearly in order to tie up for the first place right now, they have had a hell of a day.
Yes, they've been winning left, right, and center, doing incredibly well for themselves. And if we're looking at this team, if we were looking at top and bot lane for Esports Team 20, for AXI, it is the jungle and mid lane, especially Relative. Relative is incredibly good. When we saw them last week, they were destroying kids, managing to pull out a ton of fantastic performances. And so, will they decide to go on to something very strong and, the sort of picks that they love, the Victor perhaps, the Vex, the Ari, or will they play something more defensive? We saw them on the Zillion last time around, and they were excellent on the Zillion. If your best player can play the supportive champions fantastically, that can give you a lot of, unlocked potential throughout the entire roster.
We've also seen the Azir from Relative. That is the pick that has solidified itself in my mind, at least. But we're going into the picks and bans for the final game of the day. It's the decider for the first seed, in case you didn't hear us say this 3 times already. This is all to play for Renata, Volibear, the first 2 bans.
Taking support and jungle off of the board. We know why that Volibear is getting taken out. Kaboosh is fantastic on it. Managed to pick themselves up a victory versus Red Dragon off of some nice engages out of Kaboosh during the early game. It got a little bit too aggressive. We'll have to see if Kaboosh is able to hold back a little bit. The Viego going to be taken away from Shades. That's a very strong skirmishing champion that can continue to scale into the later game. And there it is. That's a ban we were expecting. Nobody wants to see Mechanics on the Zeri again.
Not at all. Now, are we going to see any more AD carry bans? Because Team 20 could respond with an ADC ban of Jinx or Aphelios, then the other one gets banned out by AIX. Or they couldn't, and now AIX will have to kind of pick their poison because they know their first pick prio ADC is going to go the way of Team 20.
Zillion finally going off the board, and so we're not going to see more defensive champions into the middle lane, and it is going to be the first pick Jinx, as you highlighted. This is what we expected. If Mechanics was great on the reset god that is Zeri, will be even better perhaps on the reset, the king. Everything is with the Jinx for resets. Into it though, the Ezreal, that is, we've not seen it so much, but can be paired with a good poke in the bottom lane and, can make the life of a Jinx very hard when you pair it with a Seraphine that is plenty of poke, able to do a lot of damage, and we've seen the power that Encores can have during team fights.
We have seen Seraphine as well in the context of just basically stalling the game, stalling for the engage. If you want to pair up something that goes in now with this Jinx, if you're Esports Team 20, well, into Ezreal Seraphine, you're gonna have a really tough time making it work.
It's going to be incredibly difficult to actually get in onto any 2v2 kills, but the Jinx Lulu, the best bot lane combo we've seen for patches upon patches recently, having that attack speed buffs plus the ability to give the wild growth over to the Jinx has enough safety as well, and this bot lane is very strong. I'm not expecting too much 2v2 action, but once we get to team fights, that's when both of these bot lanes are going to shine.
And okay, Camille lock in the line. I mean, Emil had a hell of a performance on the Fiora. Didn't quite, win the game alone, but has been holding Team 20 for a long time in it. So why not? Let's get it out before the second phase bans.
Makes sense, and as we said, SJ likes to play the tanks relative, gonna take them that Ornn, big and chunky in the top lane. We've seen the power that the ornaments can have really does give you the ability to scale into the late game. Ezreal scales basically as well as your ability to get on top of him, and because there is the ability to get on top of him pretty easily with the Camille, it can be quite hard to pilot the Ezreal in the later stages of this fight. But with all of that scaling coming out of the Ornn should still be okay. The Hecarim being taken off the board, this is basically the first time we've seen this day where the Hecarim has not been the red side first pick.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if that's right, but I can't think of a game where it wasn't. Wait, no, Grey Warwick were on right side game 1, they first picked Xin.
There we go. One game today. Everything else has been with the Hecarim getting picked up very quickly. Now we're going to have a big pinch onto the jungle pool. And it looks like we're going to see the, every champion that's particularly strong at the moment in the jungle pool being taken out. Neither junglers have been picked right now. We're going to finally see something a little bit different. Maybe some AP in the jungle, allowing the mid laners perhaps to go with, something a little bit spicy.
Perhaps. I mean, mid laners, it has been a lot of the defensive supportive options so far. Veigar is a champion that has slipped through. That has been picked up before, but you mentioned the AP in the jungle, we're gonna see a Diana.
There we go. The Diana coming through was pretty prioritized during the first week we had of play, has sort of tapered off a little bit more recently. The Diana really does allow you to have that full pick of whatever you want into the mid lane. Could still go with AP if you wanted a highly AP focused composition. You get plenty of AD out of the Ezreal, or you could go with an AD mid laner and really take whoever you see to task. You have the counter pick in mid lane, and now you have free range of whatever champion you want. That's
what?
That's a Shaco.
That is a Shaco indeed. I don't think either of us were prepared for this one. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what lane Shaco is supposed to go to these days. Probably not support, I'll tell you that much, and it's gonna be a jungler.
Gabush does like to play it. I saw in their match history that they like to play it, but you know what? I kind of ignored it. I was like, there's no way they pull out the Shaco on the stage in what is the most important game for either of these teams during the entire tournament thus far, and yet they have pulled it out, and it's going to be the Akshan into the middle lane as well, so it is something AD into the mid lane versus the AP in the jungle. You can see the flexibility. I like this AIX composition. I think it has a good, clear identity. Plenty of engage, plenty of damage to destroy people. If the Akshan manages to get resets, could be very impactful. Whereas if we look over at the Esports Team 20 composition, what?
Right. Okay, I think so. If we just ignore the Shaco for a moment, this looks very much like what they played in the third game today, which is put mechanics on a carry, have the rest of the team kind of set up around him. There's some clonk instead of the Zillion, playing a Vex or something that can engage. And a split push for Emil. Now we try and slot in the Shaco into that. I don't think it's going to fundamentally change the identity of this team. I think they're still looking to play around the Jinx. I think that basically it's going to be about what can Gabush do early on. Can he go for... well, Shaco plays. I know I hate the champion from solo queue because whenever have you heard of the Shaco syndrome?
Tell me about the Shaco syndrome.
The Shaco syndrome is when the Shaco on enemy team is always surfing and on your team it's not.
Yes.
It works with many champions, but I think Shaco was the original one. So that's why I always hate it. but basically the champion has so much potential for early game cheeses.
Yes, so much potential, especially versus Diana, who does not clear the jungle particularly healthy, has a little bit of a hard time until they get a couple of levels under their belts. And so there is the ability for this Shaco to be looking for early ganks, early cheeses, perhaps to make the life of poor Shades, harder and harder. I just worry about team fights. I mean, if the Shaco is far ahead, team fights are pretty easy because as soon as you jump in, you assassinate one of the backline and then, well, it's a 5v4. But if they're not that far ahead, there's a lot more engage, a lot more disengage as well out of the AIX lineup. And so will they be able to actually, work well around their composition? I think all eyes have to be on Gabush. He is the best player on this Esports Team 20 lineup, other than perhaps Mechanix. But Mechanix is on a far less interesting champion. We know that Jinx is good. My question is the Shaco?
And what is the Shaco gonna do? That's my question. We're gonna go into this match, last one for the day. In case you're joining us on the stream, Esports Team 20 and AIX have both made it out of the Group D. They are tied at 7-2. No other teams can catch up. The winner goes into the top 8. They guarantee themselves at least 750 euros of that prize pool. The loser goes into the first round of playoffs together with the last chance qualifier and will actually need to win a whole series in order to make top 8.
Indeed, it's pretty easy. It's a best of one. It's very fluky. Small things can, really swing the course of the game. A 5-man stack coming out of AIX. Are they going to look for a late invade, or are they just trying to catch out? No, they're going to go for the late invade. They're going to be spotted out on a ward and not find any champions.
Yeah, they did get it down. SJ is with the rest of the team. Will need to be recalling to make it to the top lane in enough time. Instead, just an invade for vision. Where have the words been? Have they dropped any words? No, they did not.
No, they dropped not a single ward, which is interesting. You probably know that the Shaco is going to be starting up on the top side. That is the usual start. No, it's not the usual start for Shaco. I mean, it can be, but you can see the power of the clear speed out of a Shaco will always start on their own, does not need a leash, and clears very quickly. And so the Shaco should be okay just to begin to get out onto the map. Could look for some cheese ganks. Not really any lane setup for it for the minute. Instead, Shades is going to be much slower on the clear, and so it could be a scuttle crab angle for Gabush. And once they have that, they will be unlocked to try to make everybody's lives miserable.
Yeah, and so far, the junglers just starting their clears, the laners doing their raiding. Early game priority going the way of Mechanix and QTKT instead of J and Jadimi. Honestly, I mean, not entirely surprised, though I would imagine Seraphine should be able to outrange Lulu.
Should be able to. The poke is much stronger for the Germany lineup. However, once we get later into the game, Mechanix and QTKT are going to be able to destroy people. Any resets that Mechanix is able to get on this Jinx will be compounded into massive victories. It's not a teamfight composition that's been drafted out of Esports Team 20, and yet the Jinx and the Lulu want to be teamfighting.
I suppose so. I still don't know exactly how Gabush fits into the whole team composition. That is my big question. I assume it's going to be an AD Shaco with the Hail of Blades. I can only guess that much. But you've got the Vex engage for the team fight.
Gonna be a little bit of an invade trying to get in onto this blue buff. Gonna be able to push him off. Oh no.
Gabush, he sneaks in. He steals the blue buff. Now, can they actually get away? Because I don't think it's a given. Relative roaming down from the mid lane, but Clunky is matching. And yeah, Gabush gets away with doing a little bit of trolling.
This is the power. We said this was the power of the Shaco, the troll, the ability to destroy people. He's not a clown for no reason, is just gonna be running havoc. Just destroying people's mentals rather than necessarily their champions. Walks in, nicks the buff, walks out again, It just feels bad if you are Shades. You can see in the top lane though, SJ just trying to absorb the pressure out of Emil. Emil might be, the swing factor in this game. We're going to be looking at Gabush and at Mechanix, but if the top lane is massively in favor of Emil, all of a sudden it's going to be quite hard if you are Shades to find anything else on the map.
Yeah, at least for now, I don't expect the Camille to be getting a lead by herself against an Ornn. So this should be an even top lane at least for the next few minutes. This bot lane priority from Mechanics and QDKT. I should expect either Shades or Gabush to try and do something about that very soon.
You'd have to think so, except both the junglers are more interested in just farming for the minute, going for their furthest out of the way camps as well. And so actually the bot lane is being allowed just an easy free reset for Mechanics, already putting themselves a little bit ahead in terms of CS. Should be evened out by the time they get back, but already coming back with that Noon Quiver. Now Mechanics is in a position where they can begin to actually look for 2v2 fights. Pre-6, I mean, the 6 does give you some more fighting power, but really, you are still able to find things with those Flame Chompers if you are the bot lane of Esports Team 20.
And yeah, both junglers just full clearing. This is a much calmer early game, I feel like. A calm before the storm, perhaps. As this game is bound to get explosive once we hit certain levels in it.
Minute, we have got a Mountain Drake spawned. Mechanics running forwards, just trying to bully off Jimmy and Triple J. They will want to take a reset. No, they've actually taken their reset. There we go, finally taking their reset now. So they are going to look to go back. This will give even more lane priority over to Esports Team 20. And so with that, will there be the ability of Shadies to get in there and try for a counter gank? Or are they going to use this lane pressure, try to go for an early Drake? It is possible. There is the setup already out of AIX though.
Yeah, bot lane did just reset though, so in terms of the dragon, you gotta wait a bit. Also, I did just double check. Esports Team 20 and AIX, both undefeated today so far. They have won 4 games in a row.
Hot streak is going to have to come to the end for one of these teams. Whoever wins, as we've said before, and we'll keep saying again, will move on. They're both out of the group. They have made it through. However, whoever wins this will be taking the first seed. First seed is what you want, obviously. It's going to put you in a much nicer spot going into the rest of the tournament. However, it is still entirely up for grabs. There is a lane gank coming out. Unfortunately, Shadies is going to be spotted out. Now Mechanics and QTKT know that they have to sit back and not get too involved.
They're gonna do exactly that. Playing safe, playing back. Now, without any kills, it is always interesting to see small gold leads appear, because that means that Esports Team 20 are just consistently out-farming their opposition. And, well, if you take a look down the scoreboard, that is exactly what we see.
See, it looked a little bit weird. Shady's going, oh no, Emil taking a ton of damage, will go down.
Hey!
You see the power out of the unsealed spellbook Ornn.
Yeah, SJ just straight up claps Emil in that 1v1. Not necessarily the end of the world, or early levels is very strong, but if you're Esports Team 20, you need to see that not happen again.
You absolutely do not want to see that happen. I mean, SJ is usually the weak side player, certainly plays weak side champions, but not with a weak side mentality. Ends up picking themselves up that solo kill. I mean, the power of Ornn with the Unsealed Spellbook, having the ability to pull out that Ignite, which can change the course of early fights so drastically.
And as Gabush is very deep in the jungle, and Relative is coming back up, let's see. Nah, Gabush is just going to be fine. It's going to be very annoying, god damn it. I just hate Shaco so much. I hate this champion. Gabush gonna go over and he's going to be looking for Shades. He's got a level 6 and Shades does not, but SJ is going to get the first response. That is the Hallucinate coming through, and just gonna be even more annoying, isn't he?
Just incredibly annoying. The ability to jump over that wall, poke a bit. Oh, no, there's more champions coming. Jumps back over the wall. And now is able to just reset, having stolen away half of that camp. Is a level up on Shades right now, who is also forced to reset. You can see down in the bottom lane, however, Mechanics is taking a lot of damage here. For the minute, other than the one solo kill up in the top lane, the whole map is pretty even. We might see an explosive fight around the Herald, perhaps, if not the next Drake in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, and first recalls, we've got Noon Quivers, we've got the Lost Chapter onto Clonky. Interestingly, Gabush going for a Noon Quiver and the crit call on Emil will flash away from the ult. Good reaction there, but losing out on the 1v1 yet again.
Yeah, Not having a good time of it, and oh, there we go. This is what we were waiting for. Gabush is able to get in onto Shades, get themselves a kill. And just the annoyance of playing against Shaco. Nobody really expects it either, especially not in competitive play, and it is already beginning to swing things. Once you have that pressure, if you're Shades, you're now terrified to farm your own jungle. Will there be a Shaco over the wall? Am I about to get taken out while I'm doing my Krogs? These are questions that usually you don't have to think about, but once you're against a Shaco, all of a sudden you do, as Relative is.
And the Shadow Surge goes wide and Relative swings in and out. That is going to be a safe action. And the gold lead is now snowballing up to 1,000. Those CS advantages that I briefly mentioned, mid lane is starting to get significant, jungle already it is pretty big, and bot lane it's staying about even. But now Gabush, maybe gonna get caught out, does take the scuttle, pops over the wall.
It's just able to leap away. However, there are 3 members around this Herald. Should be okay for AIX to take it out. Yeah, they're just going to concede this one, and so you can see that the power of SJ is allowing them still to find themselves onto these objectives.
And yeah, oh, cold on Triple J is just gonna go down. QDK getting the kill, maybe not the best given that Mechanics has channeled the auto attack, but well, sometimes you can't help it.
I mean, it feels bad, but it feels much worse if you are Triple J. You do not want to have, you know, been taken out in that 2v2. Just Jimmy was looking for wards, trying to keep their jungler safe. Instead, ends up with the bot laner going down, and now that's more pressure for Mechanics. And I mean, we are so very focused on Gabush for good reasons. We don't see a Shaker very often, but Mechanics was the swing factor in the last game we saw from Esports Team 20 versus Red Dragon. They were able to win off the back of a Mechanics play on Zeri just flying forwards, destroying kids, and will this be a repeat performance? I mean, Jinx is the reset champion, will be able to get excited off of 1 kill and then run through the enemy team. Just is the setup available for them to do so, or is the better team fight composition out of AIX going to be able to stop it?
Those are the questions to focus on. We've got the first mythic of the game with the Everfrost on Kolonki, and the Gale Force now also picked up for Gabush. I believe that's what I've been seeing Shaco's mostly build here and there, and it just means you're going to be even more annoying when running people down. Now, Herald has been sitting in Shade's inventory for a while. I want to see where and how that's used.
Are you going to put it into maybe the top lane if you want to continue to unlock SJ to you know, join the rest of the fights, for instance? Or maybe you're going to put it down into the bottom lane and try to stop the bleeding that is happening down there.
But the options, the Infernal Dragon is going to be up in 8 seconds, so you can use it as a point of pressure. Gabush is anticipating a play towards this bot side, but Mechanics and QDK have just recalled, so they're going to have to, well, probably give up at least a few plates here. Gabush going in. Oh no, oh, he's been spotted by that sweeper. Here comes the rocket as well. Gabush already killing Triple J. The Moonfall doesn't do enough damage. Shade's finally killing Gabush, and Relative swings back in. 1 for 1, but the jungler of Esports Team 20 is dead.
Bush going way too far forwards. Once you catch the Shaco out, which is incredibly hard, granted, you are able to take them down pretty quickly. Finally, the Moonfall gonna land out of Shades, and there is enough damage they can try to fight onto this Drake, are seeming to be able to push off.
Yeah, Relative swings in onto Klonky, forces the flash away from the Vex. Call of the Fortune was dropped down as well, but the Dragon has been interrupted. Let's switch back to the fight. Mechanics still looking for that reset. Relative is stealthing in, and QDK is still staying alive. Mechanics looking for the rocket. Shades, you gotta be careful. Oh, the crit. Almost taking him down. And that is the Dragon interrupted and stopped by Esports Team 20. And honestly, they're in a position to possibly take it themselves.
Yeah, they might be able to reset onto it. The pings are going down. It certainly looks like it is going to be picked up by Esports Team 20 off of what was a bad start to a fight and a much better end. It's that situation where you have multiple low health members, and if you're against anyone else, you might go for it. But against a Jinx, it's 1 kill that goes down, and all of a sudden the whole fight has been lost. So they had to back off. They're going to concede the Drake, and they have not gotten that much for it other than 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, and 2000 is the gold lead. Cloud Soul, perhaps unfortunate. I was crossing my fingers for a Hextech Soul, because this game would be the perfect one for a Hextech Soul, but it's Cloud. We can't all have what we want.
We've seen a lot of Ocean Souls today. Instead, gonna get Cloud. That was the favorite of last week. I think we had more Cloud Souls than anything else. As it stands though, more movement speed is not necessarily bad. A lot of these champions do like being able to move a little bit faster. The Jinx, especially if you're able to reset, get excited, and be on top of a Cloud Soul, that will be insane amounts of movement speed. As it stands, the gold is currently a little bit in the favour of Esports Team 20. They are currently in the lead, trying to punch their ticket into the top 8.
Emil is gonna kill Triple J, but there was a teleport coming in from HJ to the top lane. I think it ends up being a 1-for-1. That's the way I see it. Flash is available, but no need to use it. Shades is going to take the second kill on the Diana.
They're managing to pick themselves up a solo kill onto Triple J.
Oh no, he's going in, creates twice, goes in with the Gale Force, picks up that kill. I hate this champion.
Faker is so very annoying. They are pushing their way down onto the mid lane as well. You can see the pressure across the board. Only really is Emil managing to find themselves anything particularly strong. That is not going to kill Gaboosh at all. Going to take him pretty low, but still going to survive. The siege will continue onto this mid lane tower, and there's a free push happening down in the bottom lane for Mechanics. If they're able to pick themselves up this tower, this is going to be an accelerated Jinx, dealing even more damage. That's an attempted engage at a SJ, but it does not end up working.
This is a bad omen of League of Legends if I've ever seen one. You lost tier 1, sorry, if you're AIX, without contesting, and the only catalyst for that was losing your jungler.
Not ideal at all, is it? You shouldn't be able to concede that much map pressure off of one kill. Instead, they do. There's a collapse attempting down onto Mechanics and QTKT.
It doesn't have the flash. There's the wild growth to interrupt. Mechanics just flashes away, and Gaboosh is there. Triple J is going to be the target. That is QTKT with a kill. Mechanics tries to reset. He's jumped on by Shades and taken out. Gaboosh and QTKT both very low, but so is Shades. Now Gaboosh will survive double kill. Picked up by QTKT, and the rest of Esports Team 20 are there with Emil taking Jadimi down. 3-4-1 at the end of the day, and Esports Team 20 extend their lead to 4.5k.
Esports Team 20 want that top spot in the group. If they win, it will be all theirs. It is entirely in their hands at this point in time. They are 5k ahead. They have got more towers on the enemy team as well, and so they have all of the map pressure available to them. They can transition this into a Herald if they want it now, and you can see the power out of this Shaco. Never quite dying, always able to just about survive, and even though Mechanics has not been particularly lucky when it comes to actually securing the kills, is still getting enough assists to stay relevant and can just take one fight and begin to run with it in order for things to be switched all the way in their favor.
Whenever, you know, we've got these tournaments of top university teams across Europe playing against each other, the question is, when does comfort end, when does meta start? And I feel like this game in Gaboosh is telling us, if you're good enough, you can just play your comfort still.
And it also is very helpful when Mechanics is on comfort in the Jinx. That is most certainly also meta. The Jinx is very strong at the moment, the most picked AD carry on the patch. And so being able to pick that one up when you also love it puts you in a good spot. As we said, they've now moved themselves onto the Herald, can use this to break the final tier 1 tower surviving, or try to push for a tier 2 instead. Going to give you enough pressure as well when you try to fight onto this Drake. Drake is up in 1 minute. As we've seen many times before, multiple Drakes going down to each team, 1 Drake each for the minute, and so they will be able to, you know, try to fight for this one. It's all not going to happen instantly.
Shades is caught out in the jungle, though. That's a lot of crowd control coming in from Clunky. Shades, though, we'll be looking to actually run him down. I don't know if Clunky is going to win that 1v1, but it's not going to be a 1v1 because so Gaboosh and Mechanics both are coming down. Shades still staying alive. No resets there. The rocket connects onto Triple J. Relative goes into the backside. It's barraging so much damage. Mechanics so incredibly low, and Triple J will be able to take him down. This AIX winning out on this fight. Emil gets one back, flashes in with the precision protocol, looks for Triple J and gets the double kill. 3-4-3. This looked scary for Esports Team 20. But they make it even.
Emil finally manages to get into a proper fight, find themselves the fight that they were looking for, manages to pick themselves up 2 kills. Beautiful little fight out of Emil, but it was over-aggression out of Shades that really kicked it all off.
Yeah, and he survived for a long time, but still, that was a bit of a risky invade trying to set up for this dragon, and, well, getting punished for it. Although I say punished, when you're behind this AIX, you will take a 3-4-3.
Absolutely. You are always looking for even plays. If you're ahead, you should always be looking for plays that put you further and further ahead. Even plays are actually bad for you. It does not continue to accelerate your gold lead. And especially in the meta right now, where the comeback gold off of objective bounties is so strong, you cannot afford to stall. We've seen it more than anything out of Red Dragon. They managed to stall out in multiple games and never able to quite pick up the wins. Now it's going to be another Drake going over onto Esports Team 20. They are firmly in the lead right now, but as we've said, AXI still has their ability to get back into the game, especially if Relative can start stacking kills during fights.
I believe 2 kills went their way that fight on the Akshan, so that is going to bring him closer to what I believe is going to be a wit's end second item. And, you know, Akshan, once you start getting them, becomes somewhat of a hyper carry himself, as Kabu's gonna be looking for shades. Here comes Emil, and quite simply a pick in the jungle for Esports Team 20. Jadimi maybe gonna get run down. Emil certainly eager to continue to chase. There's the movement speed, there is the shield as well, and that Camille is too damn strong. Rampage for the top lane of Esports Team 20. There's the Hextech ultimatum onto SJ, and Mechanics is there as well. Relative sneaking around, but Gabush goes on a rampage. Emil, he's just gonna keep going forward. Esports Team 20, they don't want to stop. They want to go all the way to the top 8, as that is the ace for them.
Clean ace for Esports Team 20. They have the Herald up here as well. Going to be able to push this through for 2 towers. And better than anything, Clonky was not a part of this fight at all. They were just pushing down in the bottom lane. It is utter domination for Esports Team 20. They're going to pick themselves up a Baron as well to top it all off. And oh boy, are they ahead, putting themselves in firm control. They can feel that top spot in the group.
Yep, with the Baron buff, 9,000 gold is the lead. Emil, Gabush are huge. Mechanics. This on 2 items that Conky's gonna die in the side lane, but we're going to ignore that for now. A bit of a hiccup.
Yeah, not ideal, but overall massive swing for Esports Team 20. They were ahead of AIX, certainly, but they did not have, you know, the best grasp on the game. It was 1 fight, 2 fights away from turning. You saw the ability for Shades to go into the bottom side jungle and still pick up some kills. However, getting caught out in the jungle and then the chase down out of Emil, we said it was going to be strong, but, you know, solo kill during the early stages of the game, it was not going ideally for them, but they have managed to pick it back up, pull themselves back into a nice spot in this game, and now they are running rampant across the map, and wherever they are, the AIX members have to be scared.
2 items on everyone. We've got the BF sword as well, sitting on Mechanics. This is a scary position indeed. If you're AIX, you're still out of this group no matter what. You might just have to take the second seed. If this game keeps going the way it is right now, Gabush gonna go for it. Does get spotted by the sweeper from Chase, but it doesn't matter. You see death coming towards you, but if you can't run away, then what is it? Actually, Shades isn't going to go down. Finally, Mechanics getting the reset, and Gabush staying alive thanks to that wild growth. Nice encore. Will slow down Esports Team 20, but Emil is under the turret. He is hungry for blood. He's going to pop the stopwatch. Goody Katie. Definitely ambitious there on the dive, and that is a shutdown going the way of Relative, reviving Jadimi. Esports Team 20 overextending.
Yeah, they went way too far forwards. It was unfortunate. If the minion wave was there, the dive was on. But in the end, Emil jumped way too far forwards, ended up getting taken down, taking Katie with him. And at this point, it is a little bit of a swing back towards AIX. They do not want to concede. They do not want to just take the second seed, as you said. They want that first seed, and they are going to continue to fight for it. As it stands, you know, both of these teams are still fighting strong, but the gold lead is still very much in the favor of Esports Team 20.
It is, and well, second item picked up now for Relative. We've got that stacked mirror mana for Triple J. In terms of items, you know, the lead isn't increasing massively. We have some small breakthroughs being picked up by AIX.
A little bit. Overall, people are finally beginning to get their second item done. You can see that the Moonstone is finished for Jadimi. If they're able to get themselves a big encore, it is a possibility. They landed it quite nicely in the last fight, managed to stop Mechanics from being able to get those resets, just about keeping low health members alive. And so there is still a possibility. The teamfight composition that AIX have drafted is fantastic. Unfortunately, if Shady keeps getting called out, there's not a lot that they can do.
Yeah, okay, Emil is going to solo kill SJ in the top lane, which the Camille is finally on the line. And that means that 1 member down, AIX are going to be under a lot of map pressure.
They are. I think it's important also to mention, though, that the ornaments are beginning to come through. Level 14 has been hit for SJ, and so there is the ability for them to sit back and keep farming. I like the scaling that is on the side of AIX, so they have the ability to get back into this game. They just have to not keep losing out, and if SJ could not be solo killed at the top lane, that would be a good start.
Yeah, Emil, good patience. He knows the rest of AIX are coming towards him, so he will back off. And right now, it kind of feels like an inevitability that those inhibitor towers will start falling. We've got the Dragon coming up. Esports Team 20 should be able to secure it for free. As Emil, you can't do that to him. That is just illegal. It's gonna have to burn the flash and now call in a 1-on-2. Another hookshot away. The come up is it going to do damage to this execution base. There's the shutdown. Good for you, Emil. That was nasty.
Yeah, and the buff transfer is complete. Still gonna end up landing on top of Caboose. Oh, sorry, on top of Relative, I think. Ended up picking that one up, which is who you really want the red buff to be on. And so a bit ambitious out of Emil, but you can see the power, nearly able to get away despite having two members on their tail. Looking for a top lane push currently, finally getting some map pressure if you are the German squad.
Yeah, a pick translated into a tower that is shut down and a lot of gold picked up by Relative, who, as we have highlighted, is going to be the main carry going into the later stages of this game. The first ornament being that upgraded Rocket Belt for Shades, so still waiting for the Shield Bow, but we have Stormrazor isn't usually what I see third item on Akshan.
No, it's not what we expect. I mean, it can still be good. I mean, he is certainly always going to be moving and auto-attacking, so, you know, we'll constantly be able to proc that energize passive, but it's not exactly the pickup we usually expect to come out of the Akshan. Tends to like critting a bit more than likes all of the attack speed. Attack speed does work, though, so I think it can work. Relative is still very strong. We saw the ability of them to revive members and how that helped them in their fights. Things have stalled out a little bit. Esports Team 20 were pushing ahead lovely, but all of a sudden they are not being able to pick themselves up quite as many fights as they had done previously. Shady's going in.
Going on. That is a big moonfall by the flash away from Mechanics. Encore tags through. Shade's still on the backside, and that is the two-shot barrage going through everyone. Here comes Gold. The Forge got the flank from SJ, but Mechanics is still alive. Will be finally taken out. And Relative, he is now the man of the hour. But look at Emil in the backside. He still has something to say about this game. Relative versus Emil, that is the fight. But the hookshot connects. It's a double kill for the Camille. And Shades is right back in. Emil, I don't know if you win this one. Is going to get knocked up. And nope, still staying alive. That is the ace for AIX.
Emil tried so hard, but you see the power of the resets on life coming out of Relative before he managed to taking out enough members to get them back on the board. And because they are back on the board already, able to get themselves a Baron in response. It was a massively bloody fight with multiple people going down throughout. In the end, though, you're going to have AIX coming out ahead, and you can see that they are still kicking in this game.
Is the rocket going to be used? No. Mechanics holding on to this one. Objective bounty, another one. Going the way of AIX. The goal lead is now 4,000. This is a huge tempo swing the way of the German squad. We have almost counted them out this game, but they are looking to they're looking to get back in this game. And let's not forget, KSCY, they have taken first seat in Group, I believe, B they're in. So it would make the second German team if they can complete their comeback. But, of course, Gabush and QTKD are going to have to say their disagreements right now, and that is Gabush taking this one. Call of the Portugal is coming through on core tags onto Klonky. The Vex will interrupt the stun, the comeuppance, just for a little bit of damage. Here comes Emil. He's going to be front-lining for Esports Team 20, and SJ is going to be the target, looking to get cut down and give the reset over to the Mechanics. Can he go forward? No, he won't. The turret will dissuade him, and it will be finally taken down. Mechanics looking for auto attacks. Triple J, and there's some trouble.
So close, all of these fighters. You can see how low down the health bars are getting. Again, Jadimi landing beautiful encore after beautiful encore, but there just isn't the follow-up, especially when SJ and Shades have already gone down. Not having that frontlining ability, none of that CC, not able to pick themselves up any more kills. Emil is running rampant. We've seen how they are perhaps a little overconfident at times, but a lot of that confidence is earned. They are able to run rampant. Now, though, everybody is trying to push out the lanes, get themselves lane priority because we have 40 seconds until the Drake. It is sole point for Esports Team 20.
It is Cloud Soul. AIX don't need to contest it if they don't want to, but with so many items being finished on everyone, 3 items across the board, why not at this point? Is has to really be the question. Shade's gonna walk in, camps on the bush. Oh no, oh no, this could be scary, never mind.
If you're able to keep the flank position, though, alright, is going to stay in this bush. This could be huge, is entirely behind. If you're able to get into the backline, get that moonfall onto multiple members, this could be a one-team fight. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is getting chased down. The bush, dead here.
Yeah, Caboose actually, oh my god, he is so incredibly low. I was keeping my eyes on Shade, seeing where he is going to stick, and SJ now trying to walk down towards the mid lane. Alright, the dragon position has been taken by AAX, but it's mid push, teleport into the top lane. And the dragon, it has been secured by X Shades. Let's see, Emil is playing Disruption. He's playing Disruption around the dragon. The top lane turret is going to be taken, but Emil takes down Triple J, and Shades might be in the trouble as well. The fight is split on 2 fronts. Clonk is going to jump on by relative there. Frost does find the root. If Ganki's still alive, Gaboosh is jumping in, and Gaboosh goes on a killing spree. Shades manages to join the fray. Emil does as well. What is going on? Mechanics will take down SJ, and I feel like with this reset, this might be it. We have doubted them for a while, but the Shaco pick does work. The end of the day, Esports Team 20 clean record today, 5-0 in the second round robin. They will take AIX, they will finish their group run at 8-2, and they will take the first seed out of the group of death.
If you have 2 teams who are incredibly close in the standings, you need to pull out something weird, and weird was pulled out. Gaboosh on the Shaco running absolute mayhem throughout every single facet of the game, constantly up in Shade's grill, never able to actually allow them to start farming, start finding the fights, and to spot a nice little, flank coming out of Shades towards the end of the game. It was too little, too late. Gaboosh played insane. Emil played insane. And so did Mechanics. Every single member who needed to carry, carried, and every single member who needed to be good on the support was good. This is a very strong team. No, they are not a Bobcats or a Kid SC who have come out of their group completely cleanly, but they've come out today cleanly. And so when it comes to fighting up against these other first seeds going into the top 8s, I am pretty scared of this team and scared for their opponents.
Yeah, and this was the toughest group. I think we all agreed on that this group was insane. You had Esports Team 20, Red Dragons top 4 last year. AGH, runners-up, are not making it in. We might see them in Last Chance Qualifier, but they are not out of this group. And AIX, the newcomers to this tournament from Germany, taking the 2nd seed, but also looking insanely good while doing so. A step below Team 20, clearly as showed by this game. But the cheese, I feel like, is definitely still leaving question marks in just how do these teams match up compared to each other.
Just ridiculous. This entire group has been insane from top to bottom. Every single member taking games off of each other. Nobody ends up, winning out in this group having taken a clean sweep. We're going to look at some replays to see how they've done it, how Esports Team 20 have taken the top seed in the group. It starts out with Gaboosh just being annoying as hell.
Yeah, this was already after a few steals, a few kills here and there, and yeah, Emil getting caught out a few times this game, but honestly, I feel like he finished with close to 2 deaths, so that might have been one of the last deaths, and yeah, honestly, Gaboosh, picks out the Shaco. I did not expect to see it this game, and this pick just, AIX clearly weren't either, because they did not know how to respect it.
Oh, it's so very hard to play against a Shaco. You even see it when it does rarely get picked up in competitive play, in that just having a Shaco jump over the wall at all times just feels bad. You're never able to just do what you want, do your jungle pathing as you're expecting. There will always be a Shaco on top of you. You can see the way they were just running through. Emil specifically was just happy to keep chasing anybody and everybody. And when you have a Jinx on your team, they are able to also follow up on that. There were some nice
Yeah.
You know, nice encores coming through, multiple pieces of long-range engage being landed, but in the end, once you have got, you know, just the amount of damage that Emil is doing into the backline going down, it's very hard to actually fight any of these wins.
Yeah, and this was really the good fight here for AIX. The teleport flank from SJ, essentially winning them the fight, and even then Emil makes it look close. And yeah, no, I was wrong. He died a few more times than two, but still running disruption in the back line, playing with absolute confidence. And you know, despite this team fight, Esports Team 20, they are able to win it out at the end. I mean, this was just a formality. This was a chaotic fight. I wanted to give AIX the chance to win it, but they just couldn't.
They were just so far behind in terms of damage that they ended up losing out. You see that Emil can just dive under the tower. Mechanics is just underneath towers as well, taking constant resets, and they end up winning the game off the back of that fight. Really off the back of this Shaco pick. If we're going to do an MVP, it has to be Gaboosh. Gaboosh on that Shaco, pulling something completely random out and managing to destroy kids on it. A beautiful play out of them, and honestly beautiful out of Esports Team 20. However, not going to discount AXI Shua. They still had a nice, you know, game. They had places where they could get back in, and other than this game, undefeated on the day, so they are second seed coming out of this group, but they are still a second seed to be feared.
Yeah, and I mean, what I mentioned before is, honestly, when you look at these two teams, try and compare them to each other, I don't know if I can confidently say that Esports Team 20 are straight up the better team. Like, yes, they look better on the day. That for sure. They absolutely destroyed them this game. The Shaco pick were great. If you put them, for example, in a best of 5, let's say, I would not be able to call it based on what I've seen so far.
Best of ones are fluky like that, and I love best of ones for group stages. It really allows for upsets and teams to pull out crazy picks like the Shaco and be able to turn things on its head. But across the course of 5 games, next game, you could just ban the Shaco if you want to, force adaptation, and be able to actually see, you know, who would be the top. We can see these two teams getting into each other during the, not the last chance qualifier, but during the playoffs. Should AXI, you know, get through the last chance qualifier, we could see this again. I'd love to see a series between these two teams. They've been insane.
They have indeed, and well, unless the production stops me for anything else, I think we will be close to wrapping up. Of course, one more shout out to the sponsors that make this possible: Twitch Student and Intel. You know, without them, we wouldn't have this tournament. Yeah, this does conclude the group stage of the Amazon University Esports Masters. I've been Ketchka, joined by a Black Boxer from us too and all the production. Wish you a good rest of the day, and we'll see you for the last chance qualifier.